coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Hey, Butterfly. Can you hear me, Butterfly? I have not used, okay, good. I haven't used this platform in a bit. This is a StreamYard versus Restream. They are having a major issue. I caught a bit of that, Butterfly. We're going to present, let me get that feed up. I don't know what's really going down. I just caught a second of it a minute ago, and I was trying to get this thing to go live. Okay. I have not used this platform in so long. I hope I don't screw it up. Okay. So what is happening there? Let me share the screen, get all that going, see what we can figure out. I need to get a news update. Okay, so did Bev say she needed to speak to each of the jurors individually? Is that what that was about? Ooh. I wonder why. I'll have to try to find us some information about that. Is she mad at what these jurors, what do they do? With counsel present, oh my goodness. Let me back that up. Let me see if I can, because I know she spoke. I was trying to,
I don't know. I don't see.
Listen to it while I was trying to get Restream to go live. But of course, Restream's not wanting to cooperate today.
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Okay, now I'll hear it. Let's hear it again. I don't know. That might be Butterfly. Good question. There's a lot of questions surrounding this case right now. I'm just going to be honest. It's just like a hot damn mess. Kind of like me.
You are unmuted. All right, could I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Of course. All right, so Butterfly, you did get the stream notification, or did anything go out? I don't even know. It might just be me and you in here all day if this works. I don't know what's going on with Restream. I don't know what she can be upset with jurors about, right? Or even need to talk to them about. Unless they've made a face and she didn't like it, you know what I mean? Look, you can't control people, lady. You can control your courtroom. You're not doing a really good job at that, but you can't go controlling the people. They're the ones that's going to make the decision here. Okay, cool. Thank you, Butterfly, for letting me know. I don't know what's going on with Restream this morning. I reset the computer, I reset the Wi-Fi, I did all the things, and it still kept shutting down. And I was like, whatever. And I have not used this platform in so long. I was lost. I was like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I push? So hopefully everybody else has figured out we're here live. I don't think I can get enough coffee today, honestly. Right, talking to them individually. She's going to be asking questions about other jurors, maybe. I don't know what the deal's going on here. They're going to... They ought to just call a mistrial and call it a damn day. 2 trials and you're still having all these issues because somebody didn't control stuff the right way to start with. Yeah, talking to them individually is crazy instead of as a group, right? Instead of as a group, like, oh, let's get this together and discuss this. She's going to individually question them. You know that they have to wonder, the family has to wonder what the hell's going on. Let me troll the platforms and see if I can figure out anything while we're waiting here. I want to hear what she has to say because I barely caught any of it when I was trying to get set up, so... Since they moved the buffer zone stuff, has it gotten crazy out there? Because I didn't watch anything again last night. Man, Twitter's a mess. Okay, let's see.
All right, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, so court, jurors enter.
All right, so here comes where the jurors came in.
Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So, An issue has come to my attention that it is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about.
Well, we're speculating,
Please
ma'am.
go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether there no filming. All right, send you back and we'll get back.
I don't know what she finds so darn funny all the time.
Now I'll see counsel.
Now she's going to go see counsel. All right. Spinster, welcome in. Joe, welcome in. Yes, guys, I had a little restream is having a technical difficulty today. I am not, but I'm having a weird day. Started out weird, so I figured it was going to be weird, and boy, was it. I could not get the stream to come up to save my life, so I ran to my backup, and I haven't used this platform in so long, I might screw it all up. So thank you guys for being patient and coming in. Spinster, oh no, you don't feel well, but you got to call out of work. Well, thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. We don't know what's going on at the moment, but Bev has decided she needed to speak to each of the jurors individually. So that's what they're doing right now. So I can keep the stream up on the side and keep an eye on it, and we have a few things we can present. Let me hang on, guys. Bear with me one moment. Okay, let me try something really quick. Oops, wrong button. All right, there you go. Joe, I just sent you something in case you're interested. He's like, what? You're always sending me stuff. Okay. All right, guys. I don't know, Spinster. That's what we're all wondering. Now, remember the other day she gave them, oh, y'all. Sorry, I have not used this thing in so long. I don't even know how to put me up there. Okay. Remember the other day she gave them a stern warning about their facial expressions. So we don't know what's going on with that. If it's something to do with the jurors individually, or who knows? Are we about to have a mistrial due to some kind of conduct? Thank you for having faith in me. You got more faith in me than I do this morning, but thank you. I appreciate the support. My goodness. YouTube's killing me lately, guys. I'm getting swallowed up by the algorithm and all kind of stuff, but I so appreciate this little community. I guess while we're waiting, let me pull up the stream. It looks like something, I don't know. I can't tell if that's, I was looking at somebody else's stream real quick to get a minute. Okay, they're not back in there yet. I forgot how to use this whole platform. It's crazy. So if I screw it up and take it down by accident, we'll do what we can to get back up and running. Comments, there we go. All right. So I reviewed some stuff this morning. Court TV did a couple of little pieces we can look at this morning and a few other things. They got the OnlyFan up right now, but she's not spinning, which won't make me dizzy. Somebody commented on Long Crying Speed. It says, house long before Bev to realize she is a failure as a trial judge and should go back to traffic tickets. Oh my goodness. Throwing shade at the judge. She's messy. She caused messiness in her courtroom and she doesn't seem to be bothered by it, does she? Take control, lady. Yes, thank you. I still need just a couple of more subs to hit 2,000. It's free. So if you guys are out there watching, come on, show us some love. We'd appreciate it. Okay, let me, oh wait, I got to do it this way first. I keep forgetting. Boy, these two platforms are just slightly different. So you get used to one, then you go to another, and it's like, I'm lost. I've never seen such a mess in my life. I mean, of any trial. I mean, we thought that OJ and Casey Anthony was a spectacle. My gosh. It's almost like that's all this is anymore. Like, I don't even know if anybody cares to get to the real truth anymore. I'm just so confused by this whole case. I want the truth. Okay, let's see if I can do this without causing massive failure. I mean, it rained like heck here a few minutes ago, and now the sun is shining. Okay, let me see. Whoops. Okay. Let me share the screen, see if I can do this right. Okay, share. Okay, this is a little court TV piece that I saw early this morning, and of course it's got CC Moore on it, and they're talking about the DNA found. Okay, Joe, thank you. So they're talking about the DNA that was found on John's clothing, shoes, etc. And I thought it would be interesting to review this for a few minutes, and I guess we have time to review some stuff, so we'll do that. Let me know in the chat if it's playing okay for you guys whenever I start it.
Let me ask you
Thanks for having me.
about unidentified DNA, what it tells us, and how complicated it is when there's multiple contributors. We're talking about on the sneakers, 5 unknown individuals. In others, we've had 3, in some 2, and in some 4 contributors to this DNA, some of which, the majority of which is unknown DNA. Explain that to us.
Well, we like to say DNA doesn't lie, but we have to interpret what it's trying to tell us, which we can't do if there isn't a full analysis provided, or at least attempted. And so it really bothers me that there doesn't appear to be an attempt to at least compare to potential known contributors in this case. And I think that we're at a time where there really isn't an excuse for that. Of course, there are going to be times where it's too degraded or there isn't enough, but mixtures absolutely in this day and age can be deconvoluted and they can be analyzed. And that's true for both STR, the traditional type of testing that they've used for decades. There are programs that can help deconvolute and analyze. I read up to 10 different profiles. I know that the witness said they couldn't do more than 4. In genetic genealogy with SNP testing, we can also deconvolute up to 3 profiles sometimes. It kind of depends on various parameters, meaning how much is there from each of those contributors. But it certainly should be attempted. And I don't think it's fair to a jury to ask them to make such an important decision about someone's life without giving them all the facts. And I do see in courtrooms across the country, across the world, that they seem to be really lagging behind technology and what is possible today. And I see this both on the prosecution side and the defense side. Now, we do have to keep in mind, though, that the equipment and technology has gotten very sensitive. And much of this DNA is likely transfer DNA or touch DNA, as we hear it called. And so we don't know if it's even relevant to this case. It could be, might be material to it. Or it could be from something that happened days before. I mean, I hate to say it, but I've known plenty of men who wear their jeans over and over and don't wash them for days or weeks at a time. So we don't even know if that DNA came from that day.
Let me ask you this, because you said you were bothered by not comparing to other potential contributors. What if we're talking about 12 people in a party? What if we're talking about a handful of emergency responders? If they voluntarily swabbed themselves and provided their DNA, how involved is the testing? How complicated is it? How time consuming is all of that?
I think it should be attempted. That's just my opinion on this. I can't second guess the investigators or what happened in the lab. But from my perspective, I would really like us to get to the point where there is not any unidentified DNA when someone is charged with a crime. I just don't see any reason with the advancements in technology why we can't tell the jury who that DNA belongs to. And so I would hope that if somebody was involved, if they were at that party, if they were among the people that investigated that crime scene, that they would be willing to contribute their DNA in order to answer that question. It's not fair to the defendant to have these questions outstanding. And as I said, I don't think it's fair to the jury to have those questions outstanding. And, it doesn't appear that they attempted in many cases to identify who these contributors were. We can talk about, you said, how long could it take? Well, it could certainly be time intensive. And what does this all come down to? It comes down to budget. Do these agencies have the budget? Do these crime labs have enough staff to do this type of work? But look at how expensive it is in this case that there was a hung jury. And now they're having to redo this whole trial,
The whole
which has
trial.
to be costing millions of dollars.
Yeah, what's the
Right?
cost?
So why not just make the efforts?
Exactly. What's the cost of getting to the truth? I mean, that's the whole point of all this. CC Moore, thank you so much. We will certainly be speaking again.
Yeah, right. Why not? If it's available and you can actually do it, and if it's too costly, is that what you're going to say? And look what we've had here. Now, don't forget, we got some unknown male DNA over there floating around in Idaho. How big of a impact is that going to be on the cases there? On that case, rather. There's so many factors that can go into it, and in this case, you'd think, shit, even if I was the defense, I would have been demanding those testings. Give it to me. Let me have those samples. Let me, take it to my labs and do the things. It makes no sense to at least try, right? Because, and she's not wrong. I've thought about this, because if you transfer touch DNA, if you're out with your clothing and your shoes, how many people's DNA have you collected under your shoes and your clothes that you're unaware of? So are these 5 mixtures on the shoe even a factor here? Well, or are they not? Well, they won't know because they didn't bother to try to test all that. And that alone can make, reasonable doubt come into play. If the defense wants to bring that up like that. I don't know. Are they able to do it, or did she shut that down? Who, the judge? Did the judge? I don't know. I don't know all the details on this case. I don't know what she has shut down in the past and what she's allowed. I haven't even bothered to look. I don't know what's going on in Canton. I didn't know before this trial, and I don't think I know halfway through it. I know there's a couple of key questions that have not been answered for me, and one of the big ones is time of death. That has not been discussed so far, and I don't like that, because contents of the stomach, the usual methods of testing for time of death, other things into play, frozen body, thawed out body, what are we doing here? Why is it such a hot mess? Why are things that seemed simple in other cases seem to be so complicated over here, right? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. You would think that both sides would go all in and try to do everything they could to get to the bottom of whatever's going on in there. But at this point, I don't know. We got a couple other things to watch on the Karen Reed stuff, but let me share this real quick. Butterfly, this is an update on the jailbreak situation over there in New Orleans. Let me get this screen up, because we talked about this a little yesterday on the stream. This is an update on that jailbreak in Louisiana. It's not funny because it should have all been prevented. And apparently they've had issues for a very long time, and it's coming to light now. So let's take a look at this while we're waiting on the only fan over here, still stalled out over here.
In the Great Escape in New Orleans, but it isn't one of the 10 escapees. 33-year-old Sterling Williams is a maintenance worker at the Orleans Parish Justice Center. He's sitting in jail tonight facing 10 counts related to Friday's escape. You could tell from this photo that the inmates got out by removing a toilet and a sink from a cell wall. But notice there's no water flooding the floor.
I haven't seen anybody's
That's because
post.
Williams allegedly shut off the water to the cell beforehand, according to the arrest affidavit. Williams told investigators that one of the inmates, Antoine Massey, threatened to, quote, shank him if he didn't turn off the water.
Well, shank you.
Massey and 5 other convicts are still at large, and they are considered armed and dangerous. The New Orleans chief of police says those inmates are still believed to be within the city limits. The 4 they've already rounded up may have found it too easy to get out of jail, as they wrote on the jail cell wall, but not easy enough, apparently, to leave the city. And in addition to that maintenance worker, 4 other employees at the jail have been suspended. It's unclear whether that includes the lone guard who was monitoring the prisoners and who stepped away to get food as those prisoners broke free. At a city council meeting earlier today, Sheriff Susan Hudson, who oversees the jail, took full responsibility for the escape, but she also blamed the failure on insufficient.
So the one guard they have, which don't make any sense, steps away for food and nobody comes to relieve that person. Oh, it's okay. Just leave the prisoners unattended and go eat. Eat at your desk. You have one job.
Funding.
It is deeply troubling to me as your sheriff, and I know it is equally troubling to you and the public that we are sworn to protect. As your sheriff, I take full accountability for this failure. We have submitted multiple requests over the years for staffing, maintenance, and infrastructure upgrades needed to safely run this jail. Unfortunately, time and deferred investment have caught up with us all.
My first guest tonight is calling on that sheriff to resign. She says blaming funding for this incident is a deflection, not an explanation. Louisiana State Representative Amy Adato Freeman joins me now. Representative, you're the first state official to publicly call on the sheriff to step down. Why do you think she needs to resign?
Well, the reason I think she needs to resign is her lack of accountability and her grand failure of leadership. It's embarrassing to me that she has one job, which is to keep the inmates in the jail and keep the rest of us safe. And right now, I know families who've had to move out of the state and into hiding because they're either witnesses or their attorneys who prosecuted some cases against some of these inmates. And it's just horrific to me that your job is to keep the general population safe, and you're not doing it. So I think she should resign.
Yeah, Sheriff Hudson, as you just heard in that soundbite, blames a lack of funding for the jail as playing a role in this. She says a third of the security cameras don't work, that the locks on the doors are insufficient.
Security cameras in the jail don't work, and the door locks are insufficient. Are you freaking kidding me? That is unacceptable. I don't care what jail you're in. Tiny town America, big town America, middle of the road. This is New Orleans, and we don't expect much more out of New Orleans. I don't, because I've been seeing the fuckery for 30 years out of New Orleans. This is insane. I think she needs to resign too, especially when you hear more of this.
She says she's been asking for more funds to make the jail more secure, but was denied. Is that true?
Well, in my experience, her team has asked me for funding for some programming for domestic violence, and I just added some things to the budget for her office. But no one ever mentioned to me that there were broken cameras or there were doors that didn't function properly. So if she needed that funding, she didn't ask me for it, and we're in the budgeting process, and I sit on House Appropriations.
You said actually she has $14 million in reserve. Why wasn't she spending that on fixing the cameras and the locks?
Exactly. She could use that money and leverage those funds and bond them out. I mean, there's a lot of ways to run
So if she's not spending the $14 million in reserves to beef up her own jail, where's the money going? Have anybody dipped into those funds? Y'all need to do an investigation and see where those funds are going. 14 million just sitting there, and you're going to allow some broken cameras and some fudgy doors, and this guy making a ton of noise snatching on that door. Man, come on, lady.
Budget. I'm on the budgeting committee. I run my own business. I understand budgeting. Clearly, the sheriff doesn't understand budgeting, or she would have budgeted for infrastructure first. Infrastructure is critical here.
Federal monitors who came in and took a look at this jail last year twice warned of serious problems at the jail under Sheriff Hudson's leadership. They said
twice feds have come in there and looked at that jail and warned her of her insufficient jail accommodations.
The jail was understaffed, that high-risk inmates were not segregated and kept separate from the general population. They also found that inmates were often left completely unsupervised in their cells. Why wasn't any of this fixed after not one but two of these reports last year?
I wish I knew the answer to that, because this is why I think she should resign. If you've already been given the instructions on how to fix the jail, you should fix it. You shouldn't be, waiting till tell everybody that you don't have the money. She really should be taking responsibility. I understand today at the city council hearing, I was in Baton Rouge for House action and for voting in the House floor, but I understand she did do some acceptability and apology, but she can't be blaming others. The buck stops with her. She is the sheriff.
The inmates who escaped exploited some of the very problems that the federal monitors warned about. The feds wrote in the fall of last year that they, quote, strongly urged the sheriff's office to reestablish a high security unit. Yet all the inmates, many of whom were, convicted killers, they were the very definition of high security risk. They were not in a high security unit. They were instead housed on the first floor of the jail, making it very easy for them to escape.
Yes, and I think that's a horrible way to manage it. I mean, I've actually heard interviews with the former sheriff Marlon Gussman, and they generally, when he was running that building, they did not put those people on the first floor, the high risk. And so, she's mismanaging at every level, and that's why I think she should resign.
Do you think other public officials in your state will follow your lead and ask for her resignation?
I'm not sure, but I do know for a fact that Jason Hughes, who represents part of New Orleans, he represents the New Orleans East area. He came to the House floor with me today. So there's another Orleans Parish representative, Jason Hughes, who has now joined me in calling for her resignation. And he also, like me, is a Democrat who represents New Orleans. And we went to the House floor to tell our colleagues that the two of us feel like she should resign.
And finally, you mentioned in your first answer about the fact that so many of the witnesses who had testified in these escaped inmates' trial proceedings, the prosecutors who had prosecuted these men, they have left the state and gone into hiding. How big a safety issue is this for the public at large in New Orleans and the surrounding areas?
Well, this could be huge. I mean, we have a lot of senior citizens. We've had carjackings against senior citizens. I'm really worried about where these inmates might go. I mean, we now have a $20,000 reward for any information leading to the capture of each inmate, which I hope will help in finding them. But right now, the fear is, we have a lot of older women who go to church daily, and they're not going to their church services because they're afraid something might happen to them with these kind of people running through the street.
Thank you for watching.
Look, they were playing a real life game of Frogger right there on the highway. Welcome in, Big C. So yesterday we finished watching the takedown of the prosecution's latest expert testimony. That was interesting. This morning we are waiting because the judges decided she needed to speak to all the jurors individually at sidebar with counsel present. So everybody is just sitting back and waiting on that to happen. It may take a minute because she's got to go through each juror. Apparently, is she going to go through the alternates as well? We don't know. We don't even know what's going on at this point. It's crazy. But yesterday's testimony, they started out with the data expert. Yeah. Okay, I do have something to show you guys. So something popped up on, was it late last night? I don't remember. I fell asleep after dinner again, and I was watching Joe's stream, and then after that I fell asleep, and then I woke up for a little bit, and I saw something posted on Twitter, and I thought, that's interesting. So I went and started looking things up, and I figured out they had the wrong person. So then I go back to Twitter, and then I realize they're all realizing that person had the wrong person. It's like, be careful what we got to be careful sometimes. But it was interesting because of the names are the same. But I want to show you guys something in case you saw it on Twitter or anywhere. Okay, so we all know that Jen McCabe's husband, well, if you don't know, Jen McCabe's husband is named Matt McCabe, right? So this is from the Aperture website, and Aperture is the ones who had the expert witness testifying who the defense took down. I guess some people see it that it was a takedown, some say it's not. It depends. Anyway, this is an article that came out this year, and it says that Aperture LLC, a national platform of best-in-class forensic experts, today announced a strategic majority investment from Genstar Capital, a leading private equity firm focused on investments. This was my first clue because I know that Matt McCabe has his own company, and it's to do with security, like with cell phones and stuff like that. We've already presented all that and looked at that, what his company does. So Aperture is a full-service provider of forensic expert witness services, providing accident reconstruction, premises liability, and biomechanical and human factor analysis, construction disputes, and commercial litigation services. Headquartered in Arlington, Texas, the company serves over 11,000 cases annually across its client base. That includes law firms, insurance carriers, and corporations. And on their website now they have listed the expert from yesterday, what was his damn name, Burgess, and the other doctor they kept talking about, his name's going to escape me at the moment. They're both listed now as not for expert witness anymore. So what is the prosecution going to do if if their other experts no longer expert worthy? Anyway, so the company has expanded over the past, let me get down to the part. Okay, so this is what it says. Matt McCabe, director at Genstar, said, "We've been following Aperture's transformation for several years and are proud to partner with Rob and the entire management team as they continue to scale and drive value for their clients. Aperture is well positioned to achieve outsized growth, and we are excited to invest further." So an investment company, Genstar, invested in the company. The man's name happened to be Matt McCabe. People immediately associated that with Jen McCabe's husband. Completely different Matt McCabe. And I'll show you who the guy actually is. Here's his LinkedIn. We're going to go to the LinkedIn. See, doesn't even look like Jen's husband. If you don't know what he looks like, in the past stream we talked about it. The company that he does work for or own, because I was curious, because I'm like, who's over there deleting Jen's phone? Well, lo and behold, look what her husband does for a living. So it's like this guy just happens to have the same name. So he's not the same guy. And I just thought that was something to get out there, because at first glance on Twitter, you see it and it's like Matt McCabe. Oh my goodness. I was like, wait a minute. So I went and started doing my own little armchair sleuth and stuff, and I ran across this. I'm like, that's not even the same Matt McCabe. It's crazy. Joe. I always forget Joe's behind me back there, y'all. And it's like, I had a hard time waking up this morning, but man, this has not been my day so far. But it's working out now. I don't know. Would you want a guy to testify that's no longer, what was that guy's name? I'll go show you guys. Welcher? Wasn't that his name? Because I'm pretty sure that's what I saw last night when I was doing some research, that it said that he was no longer designated expert either. And I was like, well, how is that going to, it's not a good look for your company when all of a sudden you got 2 experts you're putting out there and having folks come and pay for, and now all of a sudden they're listed as no longer experts. It's like, that's a big, huge red flag right there. Damage control, are they really that horrible? What's going on here? Let's see, click experts. Let me scroll down. And this is directly from their website, and I'll share the screen. Let me get it back up to, let's see. Here's Mr. Burgess. Present. Okay. All right. So if we click on Burgess, this is the guy that testified yesterday. I think if you go down, let's see, click his CV. Now it says not for expert designation. Well, he was up until he testified. So now it also, what is the other guy's name? What did I say? Welcher. He was at the bottom, I think, and his says the same thing now. And I was like, well, what does that say for the prosecution to be coming into court talking about these 2 particular experts, and then they're not even listed as experts anymore? How damaging is that to their company alone, right? Going forward. You can't have experts designated as experts and then take it back. I mean, you can, but it doesn't look good. It's like, why you got to take it back for? No takesy backsies. He was down here somewhere. Oh, that dude looks young as hell. I think this is him. Yes, there we go. I don't know. I haven't looked, Butterfly. I'll check. So this one also says now for Mr. Welcher, not for expert designation. Interesting. Now let's take a look at another one just to see, Butterfly. Okay, let's click her. Won't know who she is. Miss Ella Webb. Let's see what hers says. Not for expert So none of their people are going to be for expert destination now, or is it just what's going on here? Let's click on these random people and see. Oh, they don't even have a CV for this lady, just a LinkedIn. Is your LinkedIn up to date, ma'am? Interesting. What about this guy? Nope, just a LinkedIn listed. What's going on with this sketchy company, guys? We don't care about your economic consulting. Accident reconstruction. This is another guy. Let's see what his says. Wow, not for expert destination. Do they have any of their experts listed as actual experts now? Let's see. Find an expert. What about you, sir? Nope, just a LinkedIn. What about this guy? CV. Not for expert designation. That's super interesting. They may all be getting vetted now. It's time to vet the whole damn company. Wow. Yeah, Joe says, yep. Was impeached for several discrepancies on his CV, claiming to have a bachelor's degree when he doesn't. They started crossing Monday. And I wouldn't. He caused his own discrediting, right? Because he got up there and acted all shady. And it didn't make any sense. And I tried to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, even when it came down to recross by the prosecution, to redeem it. And it just didn't seem like they were doing. I mean, there were people on Twitter who like, oh my God, they redeemed this expert prosecution just did a great job of showing how shady the defense was. And I'm like, it's so crazy how we all see things so differently, right? Our perception and concepts of how we perceive the information. And a lot of us didn't feel like he landed it with getting the guy back on good standings with the jury, right? Because what we all might think is just like what we all think. What are these jurors thinking, and how did that affect their thought process on his testimony when he's literally the only guy coming out to say clock drifting? And which, I don't know if you guys saw my short that I made last night about the guy who was on court TV who claims that all of us are confused because they use the term clock drifting. If they'd just used the term synchronizing, we would have understood. Uh-oh. Oh, no, why my phone was not on silent, guys. Sorry. Usually, nobody ever calls my phone. Okay. So, I just lost my train of thought. Damn phone interrupted me. Godly, it just left me. This is not my day. I lost my thought completely. Phone rang and interrupted me. It's hard to go back and, do the damage control when it's done. And this guy's, so the guy on the court TV was saying if we just understood the difference, that they had just called it synchronizing, we would have understood. So the thing is, we did understand and we got it. And we know that clocks may not match up to the second sometimes, but we're talking about digital devices and all this stuff, right? A lot of things go into play. But don't come out and insult people's intelligence. We understood the concept, but we didn't understand is this last minute report update, right? Oh, all of a sudden we found new information. That's what we had a hard time with. And why they can't just say that, you know what I mean? And call it what it is instead of coming out with some ridiculousness like that. It's crazy that they, so then you're not only insulting the general public's intelligence, but you just insulted the intelligence of the entire jury. So you would have got up there and called it something different, and then we'd have been, like it clicked all of a sudden. I think he missed the entire point. Drifting clocks. Y'all don't drift away like the clocks. They should live like me and ignore the clocks. Hell, let's give a generalization. Well, the sun was up, or it was down, or it was in the middle of the day. I can usually wake up and tell by the light outside my window what time it is. I use the old school method. I just go by the sun and I guesstimate the time. And if I'm close enough, I'm close enough. We should just go by that. Okay, let me pull up some more stuff here. They don't have the fan on, but they're still in there doing their thing. Okay, so yeah, the aha moment he had that nobody else thought of. Little Miss really smart salt shaker lady never thought of that. And he was just there to give us information on Karen's vehicle, right? But he decided to go and match it all up to John's phone. What about Karen's phone, sir? Do they all match up? So we're going to look at a couple of things here. Where did it go? Hang on, let me get to my notes so I can make sure I got the right thing going here. If you guys didn't see the community post this morning, I posted up that on the case summary page in Idaho for Idaho versus Koberger, it appears the defense has filed a motion to ask for a continuance. I don't think judge is going to like that much, but I wonder if it has to do with an impending investigation into the Dateline stuff, right? If Ann's got an angle with that. Judge, we need more time while this is investigated. We need to appoint a special prosecutor to look into this. I got to look into a few people because I think there might be a couple of them people responsible for that leak or claiming they knew stuff. but didn't tell nobody, but they told a few people, and are they the ones that leaked it? Well, why don't you take all that information you're putting out on Twitter and go to the authorities with it instead of telling us all on Twitter? Good morning, Firefly. Good morning, Sid Joy. Welcome in. Welcome in, guys. So if you haven't heard, or if you don't really get it right this second, Bev has decided this morning that she needs to speak to all of the jurors individually at sidebar. We don't know what's going on. Nobody really knows what she's doing with them or why she's even talking to them. But yeah, something is happening. I don't know. Did they get wind that somebody looked on their social media? I don't know. Yeah, well, to be fair, if I'm the defense in Idaho, I'd have a big problem right now because I try to evaluate the cases fairly from both sides' perspective. And we already knew Ann Taylor had a really big issue with all the media out there talking about her clients' bizarre behaviors and looks and all the things. We reviewed that on the show here, reviewed the court documents about it. And then, of course, the Dateline hit, and a lot of us knew it wasn't going to be good. That there's a lot of things on that show we probably shouldn't have known yet, obviously, but Ann's going to use all of that to her benefit if she can. So now we have a continuance filed, but will the judge go for it? That I don't know. Could she turn around and use some of that pretrial publicity in mitigation, right? Because there was two reasons the death penalty was taken off the table for Lori Vallow. One was prosecution failed to turn over discovery in time, and the second thing cited was the mass media coverage of the case. So Idaho does take that into consideration. And I called that 2 years ago when everybody was, freaking out about the Ann Taylor and the death penalty. I'm like, y'all just sit back and wait and watch. If you watched other trials, you'd see. And then, what has Ann done several times? She has cited Lori Vallow's case at least 4 times in documents. It's going to be a thing. Which one was that, Sajoy? They've come up with a couple lately, but it's just kind of been recapping, I thought, what the testimony was. And I see the testimony all day, every day here. So I was like, I don't even know. I did watch a couple of those, though, but I haven't seen anything really interesting lately. But that doesn't mean I didn't miss it. This is another... hang on a second. What did I do with that? Oh, let me make sure this is the clip. Hang on. There was a clip I wanted to show you guys. Let me get this out of the way so I can see what I'm doing here. Do you think y'all think we're going to have trial today after she gets done with these jurors? 1 day ago? Okay, I'll check it out in a few minutes. So Joy, let's see. I didn't put them in order. That was my problem because I was trying to get the stream up and running this morning. Here we go. Okay. Let me try this again. Let me find, what is it? Oh, okay. I see what I did. Now I'm cooking. Okay, let me see if I can get this to come up the right way. And I'll share it with you guys, and then I'll go look at that microdots in a second and get the link for that. Going between Restream and StreamYard is just insane. Okay. I didn't share this one yet. This is another piece from Court TV we'll look at. Wait, that's the one. Okay. This one's going to talk about the Brian Albert for a few minutes. I have not watched his, because you guys, if you've been following, you know I didn't watch the first trial. I have purposely not really watched a lot of, I did watch like some of the Higgins testimony from the trial before, but I haven't watched Brian Albert yet. And this was a piece on that. Let me get the right one up because this is not the right one. Okay. This thing is not wanting to cooperate this morning. Oh my goodness. Are the stars stacked against me, girl? Get back in bed. Is it that kind of day? Because I will. In a heartbeat. It won't take much to convince me. My God. My playlist is messed up. Okay. There. Okay, now. They had an interesting guest as well. Joe, I don't know if you're still listening, but Jason Jensen from Delphi Investigation was on Court TV. Okay, talking about this case. All right, guys, I'll let this play for a minute.
All this brings us to the next question in our investigation. Was Brian Albert's behavior suspicious? The things that he did, are they routine, normal behavior, or does it rise to the level of suspicious? And if so, how suspicious is it? Joining us, private investigator with more than 20 years of experience, Jason Jensen, and psychotherapist and CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, Dr. Janie Lacey, to offer their expertise on this really significant issue. I just want to refresh some of the conduct that we're talking about. Brian Albert knew John O'Keefe, didn't know him that well. He said John O'Keefe never came inside his house. He said the calls after 2 a.m. that morning to Brian Higgins were butt dials. He was accused of destroying his phone, but said, I was just getting a new phone just before the order to preserve the phone, and then rehoming the dog. And
isn't that interesting that both Brians decided to get a new phone and both destroyed their phones right before the order not to do so? You can't make that stuff up, and you can't say that's not a red flag, right? I've got the microdots piece saved, guys. We'll watch it in a minute.
Selling his home. Jason Jensen, I'll begin with your thoughts on this. As you look at those facts, are they all pretty mundane, being blown out of proportion? Are they suspicious? What are your thoughts here?
Well, oftentimes what's described there is pretty normal, pretty common to rehouse a dog or sell a home. But in the context of a case, and that's what this is, it's a trial where if you're getting rid of things that are relating to a case, that can be characterized as disposing of evidence, which disposal of evidence is consciousness of guilt.
Now, Dr. Janie Lacey, it's difficult to, I guess, truly understand what's going on here unless we absolutely know the truth, which is what the jury's trying to figure out. But he's testified about this stuff. He's answered the questions. As you look at this issue of someone being potentially evasive, or someone acting suspicious, or someone describing very routine, mundane things in their life, what are you seeing and hearing here?
Benny, what I see and hear is a couple of red flags, right? So we're going to look at inconsistencies in the context of some important details that you had recapped, right? So we're looking at that, the timing of his phone disposable, right? It wasn't just coincidence that happened in the time that it happened. And then when I was hearing and watching some of his testimony, he's also very unclear about his phone activity, right? So he talks about the calls with Higgins on the night of the death, and then he claimed to inadvertently call during intimate moments with his wife. And there was some inconsistent explanations about his phone being locked or unlocked. And then we also want to consider some of that post-discovery behavior. He had multiple phone calls with family members and potential coordination with other witnesses. And as you recapped, he sold his home after the incident. So a couple of things that would tell me is that he's controlling potentially a narrative. So he's showing these patterns of where he can control the flow of information, the phone disposal, the residential sale. And then we think about some of these statements that he makes when we look at someone's language that they use. He never entered the home, right, despite lacking some of that direct evidence. And then him having that law enforcement background can provide certain understanding of evidence handling. But I know we can also probably argue, right, there's some stress response patterns when you're up on the stand and the testimony, right? Because it can show some signs of cognitive processing and difficulties under pressure. So we know that also happens. But I would look at those inconsistencies that the defense was noting.
Jason, the one that troubles me the most is the changing of the phone. We all upgrade our phones. You know, some people may change their phone numbers. I get all that. It happens. But to me, it's the timing. Could there be another reason for wanting to make sure that the feds or anyone else doesn't get their hands on your personal phone if you are a police officer, other than you're part of a conspiracy and cover up in the murder of another police officer?
Well, clearly, if there's sensitive items on the phone, you know, whether it be intimate stuff between you and your spouse, or maybe there's photos of other cases, you know, things involving crime or something that you don't want everyone to see because it's material for forensic value in some case, you may not want all that stuff to be shared with the feds about your department or something like that. And so I can get some of that would be, you know, you'd want to be protective of that, because if it shows that, you know, there was some loose activities about how you conduct your investigations using your personal phone instead of, you know, devices issued by the department, you probably wouldn't want to reveal that to the world or have it be part of a investigation by the feds. But that being said, you know, get it forensically extracted, you know, in good hands, have a Celebrite removal of data, and then sell it, and then you got clean hands.
All right. Big thank you to our two experts giving us this incredible analysis tonight. We really appreciate it. I know you're going to stick around because we got more work for you to do. Up next, what is Brian Higgins' connection to the case?
We'd love to know.
I'm Vinny Politan. We continue our investigation of the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
So, if you guys watching, did anyone think that it's not suspicious that both of these guys got rid of their phones? Dude, you mean if you're decent, honest, Ellie, doing your right, Joe? Exactly. Yeah, we don't want the feds to know we are loosey-goosey over here with our investigations, so let's just destroy our phones and not let the feds see it. Excuse us? We're not allowed to do that. Just like Higgins was allowed to go walk through the process of extracting his own downloads and then giving up what he wanted to off the phone and then destroying the said phone. Man, give us a break. We are not unintelligent, are we, Joe?
Keith. Karen Reed is the accused murderer on trial, but her and her defense attorneys want to put others on trial, including a local ATF agent. Here's the story. Karen Reed is accused of running over her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. She's been charged with murder, but Karen Reed and her defense says John was killed by fellow officers. One officer they've accused is ATF agent Brian Higgins. Higgins testified at Karen Reed's first trial about a series of flirty text messages exchanged with Karen in the weeks leading up to John's death. He recounted an incident where Karen Reed planted a kiss on him after a visit to John O'Keefe's home. During cross-examination, Higgins admitted to discarding his personal cell phone at a military base after extracting selected data just before receiving a notice to preserve all information. The defense suggests that Higgins' actions, along with his late-night communications with Brian Albert, the owner of the home where O'Keefe was found, indicate a possible cover-up. Higgins acknowledged calls with Albert around 2:22 a.m. on the night of O'Keefe's death, but attributed them to accidental butt dials. These revelations have intensified debates over the integrity of the investigation and the relationships between key individuals involved in the murder case against Karen Reed. So we've spent some time talking about Brian Albert. But he's not the only Brian in this case, and he's not the only Brian who the defense is looking at here. And based upon rulings by the judge, may be the only other person that they can go after here as a potential third-party culprit in the death of John O'Keefe. So I want you to take a listen here to another name that has been coming up, another Brian inside the courtroom.
You know Brian Higgins.
Brian Higgins.
From Brian Higgins.
It was Brian Higgins, Chief.
Brian Higgins. Determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins.
Brian Higgins.
As Brian Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes.
And Brian Higgins has not testified yet in this case, but his name is making its way and weaving its way into some of the testimony.
Here's the thing. How can the defense not call the two Bryans when they stood in the opening statements and told me that Karen Reed did not hit this man? Nobody hit this man with a vehicle. It happened in the home. So you damn straight, I need to hear from the people in the home, not just Jen McCabe, because as a woman, I'm so over that lady, right? I ain't got time to deal with women like Jen McCabe. You nosy Nelly, talkative bitch. Go sit down. I need to hear from your husband, the cop, the big man that has a voice of his own. I'm sure Higgins has a voice as well. He didn't mind messaging Karen Reed a bunch of stuff. So I need to hear from both of them, because the defense tells me there's a whole different thing going on here. And so how can I get there without hearing from those people, right? I can't just let the defense walk in and tell me that happened and not explain themselves. But then again, the prosecution has not even come close to getting me to think that woman decided all of a sudden, I'm going to back into him and run off and leave, and I hope he dies in the snow or in the cold. Okay. Stupid case.
In front of this jury, which brings us to the next question in our investigation. There he is. What is Brian Higgins' connection to the case? What's his connection to the people, to what happened that night? Here with us, the host and creator of Road Patrol Live. He's been inside the courtroom. John DePietro is with us, and Karen Reed supporter Kim Whalen, Nurse Kim on TikTok. And I believe.
Okay, y'all just ignore the guy on the left, because I know everybody feels some kind of way about him, and so do I. But, you know, they got to hear from both sides of the people. So we'll just pretend he's not there if you don't like him. That's all I can say. Or laugh at his commentary like I do.
I believe on YouTube as well, doing a great job there. Okay, I want to play for you some testimony from Brian Higgins here talking about his relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe.
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Miss Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Okay. Was it Houdini who said friends? How many of us have them? Might have been Houdini. Tell me, John, how would you describe this relationship? Because this one's a little more complicated because they all know each other. John O'Keefe and Brian Higgins know each other. John O'Keefe, Karen Reed know each other. What are your thoughts there about the nature of this relationship?
Vinny, in that first trial, I was in court when Brian Higgins had to read the text between him and Karen Reed. It was one of the most awkward things I've ever witnessed in a courtroom. But listen, you're talking about someone else, ATF agent, Army medic, friends with John. Karen Reed, according to those texts, was basically like throwing herself at him. And it's even, she's saying to him, you're hot. And she planted the kiss on him. And he keeps saying, are you playing with me?
Oh, all these men, these damn women come and manipulate all these poor men. My God, what are we going to do?
Karen Reed was basically even saying, come over to my house. I mean, she was making a move on him. But I just don't see that night. He was friendly with John O'Keefe. He was having a good time with him. He had been in New York with Brian Albert that day. So was there maybe some element of jealousy of Karen Reed of trying to get John O'Keefe jealous with Brian Higgins? I mean, it's possible. But Brian Higgins also, Vinny, he was very emotional in court when he talked about the loss of life of his sister. I don't see it as a motive that he's.
Because the man showed a little bit of emotion when he spoke about the death of his sister. He is such a good man now that he couldn't have participated in those. He knew that woman was seeing his friend. But there he was engaging with her the entire time. What does that say about him? He should have been like, nah, chick, look here. You're dating my friend. I don't do this, right? That's who I am. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You're dating my friend. Or you used to date my friend. I don't want a part of you, right? He could have absolutely shut that whole entire thing down, but he did not. So don't come at your little, he's got emotions. No. Y'all, it's a salty day.
He's going to take the life of a fellow officer, John O'Keefe, who he was friends with to what? Because it's not exactly a love triangle where they're involved. I think it's a stretch, a long stretch, to be able to say that was the motivating factor for him to be part of a conspiracy to take the life of John O'Keefe.
Okay.
Here's the thing, sir. I don't think anybody planned to kill that man that night. Did shit just happen? Did somebody come in hot last minute? We're all drunk. You know how it is when people get drunk, 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and they say and do things they would not ordinarily do. So was it a luring moment? Come on over to the house, John. Let's just mess with him for the night, whatever. Who knows? I don't know if it was an intentional thing. Let's get him over here just to murder him because I'm jealous he is dating Karen and I'm not. No, I don't buy that either. Was there like a moment when he got in that house, if he ever made it in there, right? Crazy dude.
Kim, I want to take a listen to a little more of Brian Higgins' testimony just to give a fuller picture of the nature of this relationship among the three of them.
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like a romantic kiss?
That's the way I interpreted it. I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
Okay. Kim, this is sounding a little bit like Real Housewives of Canton to me. What's going on?
Vinny, you've been watching me. I called them that already. Dang. Real Housewives of Canton. How about the Real Bizarre Men of Canton? Can we do that? Why's it got to be all about the housewives? even though I did make that joke already because of Jim McCabe and Kerry over there stirring up the business. Joe says, I'm surprised he wasn't asked if tongue was involved. Ew. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. Okay, I'm going to be fair and think what you want. Everybody's going to have their own thoughts. It was obvious to me what was happening in that text message thread. It was so obvious. Yeah, so what if she was trying to make a man jealous? Women do that all the time. Men do it all the time. Are we going to sit here and pretend that wasn't what happening? Because it was pure, plain and simple, right? Was she feeling out the waters? I don't really think she was all that interested. But nothing in that text message thread made me believe that Karen Reed was ready to go out in cold blood murder this man because he pissed her off. I mean, can't we just look at the text and call it what it was? Two people engaging in a flirtatious conversation, feeling out the waters. But if we're going to sit here and blame it all on Karen Reed, I'm not ready to do that because I hold men accountable just like I do women. And he was absolutely engaging with her regardless if she was dating his so-called friend or not. All he had to do was say, look, lady, you're dating my friend. I don't play this game. But that's not what he chose to do. So they were both at fault during those text messages, but nothing in those messages. She never once says, I'm better off with John dead. I wish John was dead. I wished he would die. All these things. None of that was there. None of it.
Yeah.
How would you describe this relationship? Because there is a level of it being somewhat complicated.
Yeah, so I would describe it, Vinny, as being basically Karen on the heels of Aruba and on the heels of feeling a little bit neglected or insecure. You found a little bit of a refuge in Brian Higgins, and he was giving her compliments. He was telling her that he wanted the real deal. He'd give her whatever she wanted. And she just really wanted someone to tell her that she was pretty, I think. And then she noticed that asking repeatedly, what do you want from me?
Okay, I think because I'm not the average person and I don't do relationships, my God. Y'all are making a lot of assumptions about what these two were thinking and doing when you can't just look at the text and see what they were doing. He called me pretty. Oh my God. It takes more than calling me pretty. I'm sorry.
Are you joking with me? She pulled back and hadn't actually spoken to Brian Higgins for over a week before January 29th, 2022. So he sends her a text message while they're at Waterfall Bar and Grill. And then he ends up texting Officer John O'Keefe when they're en route to 34 Fairview. Are you coming here?
Uh-huh. Those weren't Karen Reed's text messages. Those were Higgins' messages. We got nothing to say about that? I do. Oh my goodness, guys.
So I find it murky, a little bit muddy with the relationship timeline or the talking timeline, if you will. But it was more embarrassing and very innocent, in my opinion.
Now, you mentioned the text messages. I want to take a listen to Brian Higgins' testimony again from the trial last year, talking about his final text message exchanges with Karen Reed, and it's that night.
What does that text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her, is that correct?
Yes, that is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
Okay, John, what does that mean when she texts him, John died, and there's no response from Brian Higgins?
I find the whole exchange there a little odd. Of John died. John actually, was killed. That's why we're having a trial. Why he didn't respond, I don't know. I still come back to, I just have a tough time, Vinny, believing that Brian Higgins, he is a big guy. Alan Jackson points that out. You know, he's a big guy, so is Brian Albert. But I come back to where I'm stuck with Higgins. Any possibility is just motive. I mean, it's not like he was making demands. The text don't say he's putting pressure on Karen Reed. Like, listen, either leave this guy, you're going to lose me. He doesn't seem the aggressive type. If anything, he seems baffled.
He doesn't seem like the aggressive type. How do you know that, sir? None of us really know that. Not even you. He doesn't seem like the aggressive type. Oh, but she does? Yeah, she's a little outspoken, but aren't we all? No, we aren't all outspoken, but some of us are.
That Karen Reed's interested in him. I don't see the actions and behavior that would lead someone to go and very violently take the life in a vicious love triangle.
Now, I want to zero in on part of the timeline of that night, because Brian Higgins was at the waterfall, went to 34 Fairview, but then he went somewhere afterwards, didn't just go directly home. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, he did.
You didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later. Right?
I was more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you?
Oh, I didn't need to go move those cars. I was more concerned to go eat and go drink. It had been a long day. Well, do you set your duties down all the time for that reason? Do you? Mr. ATF guy with free reign at the police department who needed to go move cars because the actual deputies employed there couldn't do it. But you needed to go eat and drink first. I understand it was a long day. You went to a fellow officer's funeral, but none of y'all attended John O'Keefe's funeral, right?
You want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
So, Kim, his testimony in that trial was that after going to 34 Fairview to the after party, after the waterfall, he then goes back to Canton PD and is moving cars around. And now apparently there's new video that's been uncovered of him there. What are your thoughts about the significance of all of that?
Hey, before I forget about a thought I had, guys. So when Karen Reed backed up into John's vehicle, did her car not respond to a crash? Hard brake, hard bump, nothing. So that guy who testified all about Karen Reed's car doing this and that, there's movement in the court, guys. I don't know what's going on. Let's bring up the feed just in case. Somebody was playing with the fan a few minutes ago. They turned it on, then back off. So I'm curious, where's the event data from Karen's vehicle when she allegedly, or we actually see it. We see it. She bumps into John's car. Where's that data? All right, let's see what the damn judge is saying.
Talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan? Thanks.
Okay, I guess we're getting
Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Oh, is this current? Dr. Wolf is coming up out of order? Change your title of their Law and Order, Law and Crime, whatever the hell you're called.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. Did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital. Then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull Base Society?
Yes,
And is that brain related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who are unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, imaging of craniocerebral trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, intracranial injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment, please.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineate them in the paper and discuss the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a
It's
characterization?
basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back. At the beginning, you said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
Thank you.
Knew that was coming. And no, it's not rocket science, and blunt force trauma is blunt force trauma. Aneurysm's an aneurysm. We get it. I get it anyway. I already knew what this whole line of questioning was about, where it was all going to go. You can't tell us if he hit the ground or the tile. Now, if he was hit with a baseball bat, Joe, it wouldn't be, the blunt force trauma would probably be a little more defined, right? It would have spread out a little more. It wouldn't be the way he's describing it. So I completely understand what he's describing to me, and I completely get it. But you don't know if he hit the frozen ground, a rock in the yard. A rock in the yard may have caused a little more injury, though. Falling flat, boom, you're down, you hit. Tile or frozen ground, yet to be determined. And so over the bullshit. Y'all, I don't know why I'm grouchy today. Please ignore me. Reel me back in if I get out of line. Just say, girl, slow your roll. Wonder if the jury's feeling as frustrated as I am, especially after having to have listened to Bev get on to them and scold them like little children for whatever the hell she needed to talk to them about. Right. Thank you, Firefly. I'm waiting on my nurse to come weigh in with some facts, man, some knowledge. We appreciate you. He may have just slipped and fallen, hit his head. If he had seizures, it may have attracted some animal that bit. Yes. That's what some people have suggested, right? That some of those marks on his arm could have been caused by a raccoon. And I get that. And I totally understand it. I don't know. We need other experts to come weigh in on some of this stuff, and I would be so glad when the defense gets there with that. Some of this line of questioning is monotonous and ridiculous. None of us is going to help us get to the bottom of it, right?
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup contre coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup contre coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup contre coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup contre coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup contre coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'll tell you. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of the brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
Just
So-
ask the damn question, right?
None of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, we are all set, so we can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
Wow, I'm not impressed with that at all. You could have went, I digress.
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And while next to counsel, let's have our jurors feel free to stand up and stretch.
They didn't do enough to point out that injury could have been caused by a fall to the floor versus a frozen ground. Missed opportunity right there. We already know that those are two separate injuries to the front of the eye and the back of the head. I'm pretty sure that was well established. I just don't. Wow. All that to you, is that what you really wanted to point out, defense? Two separate injuries? I get that, but you needed to address what caused or could have caused that blunt force trauma to the back of the head. This man's not wrong about his diagnosis there. Fall to the ground. The ground or the floor? Which one was it, right? Wow.
So, jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
15 to 20 minute break. Is that what she said? Did I hear that right, guys? 15 to 20 minute break. Okay, I muted it out before Jesse comes in there and scares me. Asking, I don't know. What were you asking? Do y'all think they should have went down the road a little more into that, questioning about that injury to the back of the head and what could have caused it? Or would they just have gotten, or would they would just got told, no, you can't ask that? Well, the other guy was trying to force it out of the doctor. You know, this is what caused it. When the guy can't tell you what exactly caused it, he can tell you it was caused by a hit to the ground or the floor. Yes, exactly. What surface? Exactly. It's the surface matters. You planted it in the jury's head that he fell back and hit the frozen ground, and y'all just left it at that, defense. I don't know. Are they on top of their game this morning? Did Bev throw them off over there at sidebar with the jurors this morning? I think it would have helped, Rachel, because it's planted now in the jury's mind that he fell back on frozen ground. So if I'm the defense, I'm going to get up there and say, but it could have also been caused by tile floor, wood floor, concrete floor, basement floor, etc. Right? Especially if I'm trying to tell you this happened inside that home and not by a car. Karen's dad, I feel you, buddy. It's a big old headache day, right? I had one of them yesterday. Took forever to get that headache to go away. Do you think that happened inside the home, Firefly, or outside the home? Now, because the prosecution wants us to believe, he was hit by the car, and then when he was flung to the ground, that's what caused the back of the head injury that we were just discussing with the neurosurgeon. So the defense should have tackled that a little bit better, in my opinion, because the jury already understands that was two separate injuries. I think that was well established in earlier testimony. So why point that out again when we're needed to discuss the back of the head injury, how that could have happened, right? He could have slipped. He could have fell. He could have been hit by a car. He could have been thrown down. He could have been punched backwards and hit his head as he went down. That's what the defense wants us to think. He was punched in the face, right there at the eyes, that laceration over the eye. And they wanted to make sure we understood those are two separate injuries. Well, we do. So he could have got punched, fallen back, and as he went down to the ground, to the floor, hit his head and caused that injury. And I can't help but going back to the defense opening statements. When prosecution comes in hot with a theory, prove it. Defense comes in hot with an alternate theory, prove it. And I know burden's not on them, but they kind of opened the door to put the burden on them when they said absolutely not hit by a car at all. Then prove it. Yeah, we don't know where. That's exactly it, right? If we just only knew. And I was telling you guys in the chat earlier, there's this case where this man and this woman, their home got broken into. And I was wrong about him getting shot outside the home. They got shot in the home. But the man didn't die immediately. But when he got up out of bed and went through his morning routine as if it was 6 a.m., but it was like 3 a.m. Like he goes to the kitchen, he started the coffee pot. He went outside to collect the newspaper. They have all the blood trail. He goes back inside and he goes right back to his bed and goes back to bed. The man had a massive head injury, never knew what he was doing. And they were able to determine all that because of the blood coming off of his body and to trail it out. It was a whole true crime story. It's like a real legit story. You remember that, Firefly? And it was amazing because you don't get that kind of documentation. And I can tell y'all from experience, I know an aneurysm is not the same, but when you're clinically brain dead, your body is not dead yet. And that's when you're faced with a decision that nobody wants to face. Do we turn off life support and let them go? Because there's no brain activity. Had to do that twice in my lifetime so far. Not fun. Because what if they wake up? What if we wait? All the things. Brains do not, it's never going to be across the board. And you could have the same two people or two different people with the same type of injury, very different results, right? No one knows how quickly that head injury could have caused death, but Hank wanted him to say he died within 15 minutes. That doctor could not say that, and I knew that. Couldn't say it. What'd you hear, Joe? I thought Judge said there wasn't going to be a break. Yeah, well, this Bev, she crazy. She does what she wants. She might have had to go to the restroom, needed her refill her little jug of stuff sitting there on the counter. What you putting in that thing? What you putting in your little cup there, Bev? Yes, she did say this when they came back from questioning the jurors, but, Judge is going to do what she wants to do. Maybe they'll get this 15-minute break in, get another witness up, and let us get in some decent testimony before they do go to lunch, right? They're going to drive me to drinking today, y'all. Yes, Firefly. And then when you realize that your child already made that decision and you didn't even know, right? Now, do you honor it? I did. I did. 5 people received organs, and in Florida. 4 of them made it successfully. I've had to have that experience twice as well. Actually, my daughter-in-law was a donor receiver. My daughter was a donor. God showed me both sides of the coin a couple of years apart. So I don't regret our decision. But it is hard. You don't expect it, right? You don't expect those questions to come at you, but they do, and then you just have to deal with them in the moment, right? I spent way too much time in Gainesville at the damn hospital, I'll tell you that. Shands Hospital, the University of Florida. And then them kids get them driver's license, they can fill out that donor organ box with or without your knowledge. And they alluded to a little more about what I want to know about the time of death, because they cannot pinpoint a time of death with this man because of the hypothermia that was starting to set in. And none of us can say, oh, well, that wasn't a factor, because it damn sure was. The man was out in the snow. How long he was out there, we're not sure, right? We don't know that. But we do know it was extremely cold. It's going to make sense that no matter how long you were out there, if you're unconscious, your body's going to react, right? Common sense. I'm getting fed up, y'all, and I don't mean to. I don't mean to be ill, I promise. I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh, Lord. I still think they need to get a little better handle on some of this stuff. Or is it just to throw enough reasonable doubt, right, that the jury's going to say, we don't know what happened here, so we can't convict her? Is that really the end game for both sides, because nobody knows anything and nobody can prove anything? Like, the defense can't prove this man was in that home and beaten in that home and then thrown out in the snow. They theorize that's what happened, and I'm behind it. But I'm going to need to hear from those people that were living in that home that you claim did that to him. You cannot not call them to the witness stand, because if you do, I guarantee, if they're not called to the witness stand to get some of that out, the jury's not going to buy the defense's theory. But they're not going to buy, I don't think they're buying she maliciously mowed this man down in cold blood either. If they did, then we wouldn't be here for second trial, right? We would not be sitting here, trial number 2, if the jury bought it hook, line, and sinker that she murdered that man. And I guess we can start to blame the judge at some point for letting the muddy waters go and letting her courtroom be a freak sideshow. I'm going to hold her accountable. Like I hold that damn sheriff over there in New Orleans accountable for letting all them inmates escape out the door like little banshees. Just run wild. Jesus. I hate covering one case so long at a time. I'm gonna be aggravated during the Idaho 4 case when it goes to trial, if we ever get there. Continuance is filed now and all kinds of stuff. My true crime brain has got 15 other stories swirling around in it that I'd like to get to that I don't have time to. I don't feel like coming back on here at night. I'm tired at the end of the day. Guys, we are going to be doing, Joe's got something going on. Was it Thursday, Joe, I believe? Butterfly, let's get his link in here again for those who don't know. Let me go. I think he's already got it scheduled up. Yes, he does. So May 22nd, tomorrow, 2 p.m., because we were told there's a half a day tomorrow and the day off on Friday, so we'll see if that still pans out to be the same. But as of now, Joe does have a live scheduled for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central, so it'd be 3 Eastern. Everybody else, figure it out. I can't be your brain today. Thank you there, Butterfly. But Joe is going to be doing a video presentation on a live on the LA fires aftermath. We're going to change it up a bit. That's the direct link to the live. Thank you, Butterfly. So if you guys are interested in seeing that, you can go over and turn on your notifications for that, and get us a little break from the true crime world for a moment and get us into some real world stuff. So close, Butterfly, but the defense has filed for a continuance. The actual document's not in the docket yet, but it is on the case summary. Now, why are they asking for a continuance? We don't know yet. Will the judge even approve it? You can't help but wonder, is it to do with the leak investigation, right? Because I think Ann's going to request a special prosecutor look into it if she's sure the leak didn't come from her side, right? If she's convinced the prosecution side is where the leak came from, which more than likely it did, will she use that to her benefit? And will the judge buy into it? Or what will his decision be? It's hard to tell with Hippler. It's really hard to tell. Let me go take a peek at the docket and see if anything's popped up since we've been live, actually. Guys, I emailed another channel this morning because they have some really great content that I've been looking at that I would like to present in a stream. So I reached out to them directly about using what they have. And I think it's actually in their description. They do want creators to use it because it's a very, very old case. It's not current, but it's something very interesting that I wanted to bring to you guys. I'm working on that, getting all that in order, and I'm waiting to hear back from them because I don't want to get a strike for using somebody else's content, but I don't think they're going to mind. Nothing has come down in the docket. Other than that discussion regarding the roles of the victims, that hearing they're going to hold. And I told you guys about that. There's going to be a closed hearing May 21st, which is today, right? Yeah, today at 10 a.m. There was a closed hearing in Idaho via Zoom, and it was notice of hearing discussion regarding the role of victims. Now, some speculate it's the role of the surviving roommates because the judge made it very clear they're victims. But people on Twitter are speculating it's about how to handle the G family. What? They know they can't walk into court and wear their getting the death penalty shirts. They know that. So why would it be about the G family, right? Jesus. Yeah, it depends. It depends on the law, and it also depends on what Ann Taylor's motion says. I doubt he will do it. I doubt he will delay it either. You can still appoint a special investigation, right, or a prosecutor to look into the allegations. Right now, it appears that other people other than Dateline might have had some people leaking information to them. So can all of y'all round yourselves up and go march yourself down there and turn yourselves in now, okay? Quit coming on the Twitter and talking about it. They're very obsessed. Why? Because they've chosen to speak out? I mean, it's like people going after John O'Keefe's mother because she rolled her eyes at a line of questioning or she did this. I don't care. As a parent, I choose not to look at the parents in any of these cases like that. I'm like, y'all can't put yourself in their shoes or don't. It's up to you. Yeah, it looks disgusting. Well, it happens in every single case. They did it in Delphi. Those poor families were drugged. Still being drugged, as a matter of fact. As if they committed the crimes themselves. I don't care if you believe Rick Allen did it or not, but you're going to come out here and blame the families. Blame Kelsey. Okay. So it happens with every case, and it's a deflection tactic by the opposing side. And not saying it's by the opposing side as far as prosecution And defense, it's opposing sides on social media. They'll use whatever they can. Firefly, we still haven't had a chance to discuss that yet. I fell asleep after Joe's live last night. I wanted to talk to you about a couple of things. So yeah, I agree. I mean, you're making yourself look real shady right now, right? I mean, what are we doing here? Not you, but you know who I'm talking about. Now I got questions about what you knew and didn't know, and who you told and didn't told, because you said you told people. Well, who'd you tell? And who offered you that information that you chose not to use, but yet who did you run tell that to the prosecutor, the defense, the judge? Or are we keeping it all to ourselves and just posting it all over Twitter? Let me go post my business on the Twitter. I'm telling you what, you post it, we might just talk about it. Damn. Don't we have that right? Right? Once you start posting about it, is that what your angle is? You want us to talk about it? I promise you it won't be in a good light. I probably have some of y'all so confused at the moment. I'm sorry. Butterfly, I don't even know if it's for likes and clicks at this point, because not many people are liking and clicking on it. And they haven't been for a while. But putting this stuff out there like it's being put out there is making yourself look real guilty of something. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's a dangerous situation right there, girl. Right, Firefly? I wondered. Are they monitoring the social media activity of certain people? Right? Especially if they've figured out who caused the leak, and maybe in that order to preserve their phones went into effect. Did they get to look at your phone? Because you're certain that particular person is certainly posting text messages out there for all of Twitter to see. So, yeah, if you get investigated, baby girl, that's all on you. I would not doubt it, Firefly. I know they sure gave the defense some ammunition, though. Whether it works or not, it's a different story, but they sure handed it to him on a silver platter. Here you go, defense. If they weren't, they are now. I wonder how many other people have seen those Twitter posts and how many have decided to do something about it, right? I'm staying out of it. I just see the post and I'll react to it, but I'm not trying to end up in court documents or on a damn witness stand somewhere. You damn straight, Rachel. Thank you for that. There's a lot of creators out there right now who think they know everything and they got all the answers and they got all the I told you so's on a case that's pretty black and white in the documents, the stuff we've all said all along. But, they're going to pat themselves on the back. They're the smartest guy in the room, or person. If I say that guy, or people are going to think I mean of man, but maybe I don't. Person. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You freaking right. All out admitted it right for the whole world to see, right? But you didn't think enough to call and report that a long time ago. And then you go on there and say you told people. I couldn't help myself. You don't remember who you told? Could it be somebody I told that caused the leak? Well, hell, don't you remember who you told? If I was given specific information about a defendant, and I chose to share that with my close friend group, I'm going to remember who I told that to. And it wouldn't be hard for me to figure out which one of y'all played snake, right? On the side out everybody I told. First of all, why are you going around telling everybody? Who the hell would you tell, right? Makes no sense. Messy, messy, messy social media, getting all up entwined in these cases. You ain't lying. Oh my God. For a creator to hold alive and sit there and say, I am drunk. Well, damn. I can't trust drunks or a drinking person. I can't even take you seriously. After a couple drinks, you're no count. You are just buzzed at that point. You're likely to say and do anything. I couldn't imagine coming out here drunk. Coming out here some THC is a little bit different. Alcohol is a whole different beast. A whole different beast. Drunk posting, drunk lives. Firefly and I have witnessed drunk lives before, where the host was shit-faced drunk. I don't, Lord, I don't trust that town to say I wouldn't even pass through it at this point. I'd be like, can we avoid that whole state shit? I don't even want nothing to do with the whole state. They're all, that Massachusetts State Police then had several investigations. They're completely sketchy. Can we go around it? Kind of like the Mississippi State Troopers. You don't want to go through Mississippi and get stopped by a state trooper. Yeah, Firefly, you know who I'm talking about, girl. We've been around for a long time. We've been around a long time. And actually, there's one more, Firefly, and you probably think about it hard enough, you'd know. Let me be frank with you. Oops. He's funny, though, right, Firefly? I mean, comical, but if I'm looking for comedy relief, but I usually crack my own self up, so I'm usually good. You know, I don't watch near as many lives as I used to, and all the creators I used to watch, I don't watch hardly any of those people anymore. It's hard to follow somebody who completely flips or takes you down these weird rabbit holes and then wants to bring you back to, like, kind of like somebody else we were talking about a few minutes ago. Is, you know, they did that. It's like they come in hot with, he didn't do it, and then later it was like, oh yeah, he did. Well, hell, thanks for clearing that up for me. Now I'm going to know he did for sure. Firefly, you're cracking me up. Please don't be, right? Flip-flopping is unreal. You know, we can all change our mind at any point in time during a case depending on the evidence we're presented, right? Not based on social media rumors or this creator's take on it or that creator's take on it or everything I'm looking at on social media telling me all these things. My God, it can be overwhelming sometimes. I agree, Firefly. I agree with that. At least he can admit it, you know, and he's explained why he changed his thought process behind that. And he wasn't drunk when he did it. So I did watch that. So I do appreciate that, the people that can come out and speak honestly about things, right? Instead of just following the crowd for clicks and views. Aw, Vixie says her pops came to visit. That's nice. I need to go see mine. I need to go see my daddy and go fishing. I think my soul needs to get out on the water for a little bit and just sit and chill and be with nature. It's like my favorite thing to do. When things get out of control and I just had enough, I just love to retreat and go to the water. I could sit there all day long by the water and just soak it in and wouldn't even get bored. And I get bored easily. I'll be taking pictures of the wildlife, the funky trees. Just entertaining myself. Yes. I love going in the woods. I'm surrounded by them, but I need to venture off into the trails and go. Maybe I'll do that. Go on a little hike. I should get on the four-wheeler and just take off. Just take off across the field and disappear into the woods. If I don't come back, y'all will know she went off into the woods and never came back. Oh, Butterfly, sorry about that. I lost my mom. Oh, I have lost my dad, so I do get it. He loved fishing, but he was allergic to fish. Oh my goodness. My dad wouldn't know how to act if he was allergic to fish and deer. Fish and deer, fish and deer. I do love me some fried fish, though. All right, Bev, your break should be about up. It is that time of year, guys, to get out and about and do some things, right? Now that winter, I guess people who live in those really cold, snowy climates do the snow skiing and stuff, but I would prefer to do stuff in the summer if I was them. It's just me. I feel like you can do more in the summer. All you can do in the winter is ski. Ooh, what about fried oysters? No? No go? I remember being a little kid and trying raw oysters right out of the shell with my dad in my grandpa's backyard. I remember it plain as day. And it didn't even faze me. As an adult, I'm like, no, 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 no. But my sister and I know where to go get some really good fried oysters at. They're good fried. Well, it's a taste. I mean, you may not like them. It's 43 degrees, Rachel, where you're at. Oh my goodness. Florida is like, no, hold my beer. This humidity is crazy out here right now. I got 81 degrees with a feels like of 84. They're calling for 89 of my high today. Firefly, what you got going on down there in Central? Yeah, I figured you were a little warmer than I am. You usually are. Yep. Tracy says she likes the oysters like that. Yes, ma'am. Cold front, still gonna be 92. Isn't that weird? I'm lucky because my brother and my sister have campers at the camp, and we have electricity, so we can get in there and cool off if we need to. I love camping. Yes. Uh-oh, we have movement in the courtroom. Let me get the screen up. I need as well. So I'm kind of getting hungry now, guys. I'm gonna have to go in there and get me something to eat.
Back to session, you may be seated.
All right,
May we
here
have
we
Ms.
go.
Hanley, please?
And ma'am, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice. Thank you.
Hasn't she already testified?
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself for the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions, just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case.
That's right.
The first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? All right.
I get Mr. Jackson. Okay. Yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both the seats to introduce and admit to the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. If you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Madam Commonwealth, the seat you've introduced in a minute is the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection. Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Commonwealth seek to introduce the next exhibit.
No objection. All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again-
the two screens don't match.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case? Additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange t-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You could review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hammond, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come up to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph. And when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes. Folks.
Oh, good Lord. Y'all ain't even been in session that long. Need a break already? Y'all starving? What are we doing here? Lady. Well, Rachel, they're going to have to, right? I mean, I can't just sit here and say everything they're saying up on this witness stands, blah, blah, blah. The defense has got to come in and tackle it. If they don't, that's literally on them. Just like they failed to go up against that doctor earlier about what could have caused the back of that head injury versus hard frozen ground. They didn't do enough on that, in my opinion. So I understand the chain of custody is a problem. We've watched the entire trial. Pieces of plastic are flinging everywhere in bags here and yonder. I get it. And I know how
All rise to the court, please.
but the defense has got to come out and attack that.
Follow me.
If they're any good at their job, they will. I mean, I need the defense to start coming in hard at some point. If they're going to bring it, man. This lady, I think she's got some kind of trauma going on. Yeah, well, you know, she's ridiculous. We're what, day 20 of her ridiculousness? Did they go to lunch or are they just on break? Because I kind of zoned out for a moment. Oh, let me put this on mute though, because Jesse will come up and start talking to us in a minute and freak me out. He'll freak me out. All right, she's going to need 2 minutes to confer with the attorneys, and then what? Go to lunch? So one takeaway from that lady's testimony so far that stood out to me more than anything, some of them glass pieces didn't match up. So where'd they come from if they didn't match up? It's literally the defense's job to come back and tear apart what the prosecution's telling us, right? And if you put clothing, first of all, the clothes shouldn't have ever been collected the way they were. We get all that. But if you do finally pick them up off the floor, do you throw them into a bag by themselves, or do you throw them into a bag with a bunch of pieces? If you put them in the bag with a bunch of pieces, would they have become embedded into the clothing? Are they embedded around the tears in the clothing? All that makes a difference, right? I don't care about Proctor. Firefly says, ask Proctor. Fuck that dude. I want to hear from the defense experts now. They got a lot to, they told me a whole lot in opening statements. So at some point I got to hold them accountable to bring it. Just bring it, right? Yeah, I know the extra taillight pieces have always stood out, right? I got my running list, but the non-matching pieces, while I'm not focused on the hoopla around her, I'm listening to her testimony. And when she said that stood out to me. That's the kind of things I hope the jury's paying attention to. Yeah. We know they did a shitty investigation and crime scene collection of all the way across the board. So the defense needs to come point that out when they get their chance. And if they don't, well, that's their failure, not mine. I can't take up for somebody who ain't trying. It's crazy. Well, you shouldn't have had just pieces willy-nilly in the bottom of the bag, right? It don't take a genius to figure that out. Apparently it does them, though. Back at 2 p.m., that's 1 Eastern. 1 Central. Oh, shit, yeah, for me. We got you on mute, dude. Not today. Guys. All right. So they got an hour. Yeah, well, there was a piece on the bumper. They showed us that the other day. It's laying there, it's kind of like in the little groove of, people are going to argue with me all day long. I'm not saying that piece of glass could have stuck there all that ride back over to Canton. I get it. I'm not an idiot, but it was in the little groove. Butterfly was one piece. Yeah. But how did it get there is anybody's guess at this point. None of us believe the hair just stuck to the back of the car. That piece of glass just chilled out there all that way back over to Canton. Yeah. There's so much about this case I have moved well past already. Like, get me down to the nitty gritty that's going to make it make sense or not, right? I feel like we're song and dancing around a bunch of stuff here at this point, and I don't understand why. I'm kind of bored with the prosecution's case now. Like, I'm really growing bored with it. Oh, haha. I keep forgetting. I had this using this to stream on compared to the other one that the restream. It's like I forget I'm doing something different. Yeah, I'm tired of the scenic route. Just second trial. Can we just get down to the business, right? I understand they got to establish a lot for the jury, but I feel like some of it's gotten very repetitive from the prosecution. Remember, they're still presenting their case. All the defense can do is walk up there and attack what they're putting out there. How well will the prosecution be able to come back and attempt to attack what the defense is putting out there? That might be some popcorn right there. It might catch my attention again. I wonder, I don't know, there's just so much to wonder about what the jury's thinking, how they're gauging some of this and what their thought process is behind it. It's always intriguing to me. What are they thinking? You know, it's so hard to predict what they're thinking, and just because we see it one way doesn't mean they're seeing it that way, obviously. Okay. Do y'all want to finish watching that Higgins stuff from Court TV earlier? They have another little presentation I was going to show you guys as well. You didn't even watch the first one. You mean trial, right? Okay. Let me get this screen back up. Like they got an hour, guys, so we're going to finish watching this one thing we were watching from Court TV this morning about the Brian Higgins. It's not much of that. There's not much left of that. And then we'll look at a couple other things. Okay, here we go. Let me get it up there. Okay.
Was that after going to 34 Fairview to the after party, after the waterfall, he then goes back to Canton PD and is moving cars around. And now apparently there's new video that's been uncovered of him there. What are your thoughts about the significance of all of that?
Yeah, I find it very significant, Vinny. And I think to myself, in what world would an ATF agent with a satellite office at Canton Police Department go at after 1:30 in the morning to play musical government-issued vehicles? Like, he could have done that multiple other times throughout the day. They were very well aware that this impending snowstorm was coming. And he had drank how many Jameson and Gingers, and then why he left 34 Fairview was because Brian Albert only had beer. So then we find out, after dribs and drabs of Sallyport video coming through to the defense after 3 years of this case being ongoing, we find out and see video footage of Brian Higgins on the phone, allegedly, while he's at Canton Police Department, and he never said that he had made a call at all after he had left 34 Fairview that night.
John DePietro, I'll give you the final word on this. We have about 25 seconds.
Benny, I just want to touch on that is new evidence that she's mentioned. Listen, I don't know. They had been away all day. Maybe he just wanted to have everything in order. We don't know if he was returning phone calls, by the way. This business, he was actually talking to someone. He could have been, if there's video of him, he could have been leaving a message for somebody, could have been returning calls to various people. I can't get in the mind of that, but I still come back to, I just failed to see the nefarious element that he's in. I'll grant it that him going back there late might strike some people as a little unusual.
All right, John DePietro, Kim Whalen, great to see you. And
I think that guy right there has probably had his fair share of women like Karen Reed flirting with him, and they're like, nah, dude, we were just joking. Is that what your problem is, get my guy? You seem to take up for Higgins quite a bit and you don't want to put your hand, your mind in his mind, but yet you seem to have it figured out. We see him on the phone. He obviously, if he was leaving a message, then he had to call somebody. What is this guy doing? He's a freak.
And I'll see you when I'm up there next week. So we're going to lock you guys down and make sure you're part of the program up there. All right, still to come. Was Brian Higgins' behavior suspicious?
Yes, it was.
You made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct? Yes.
Join Court TV's Vinny Politan with the latest and breaking true crime stories.
Now, Let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinny Politan investigates. Coming up next, only on Court TV.
You watched while your patient was lying there being tortured.
What else was I supposed to do?
Well, Karen did, Butterfly, so there's that. Was that those beer goggles talking? Right? Gonna need some whiskey glasses.
So much for your career in caretaking.
Interview with a Killer season finale, Sunday at 8 on Court TV.
I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't. When you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October?
He immediately looked to the judge. That was suspicious to me. I get asked a question, let me look at her before I even open my mouth. Why would you need to look at her first? Was you waiting on her to interrupt? Because you knew it was coming? That's kind of how that felt to me.
Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
Oh my God. Can I reach to the screen and... Are you serious, dude? He almost giggled while being asked the questions, and he's turning to the judge. That is so... I'm sorry, that's a red flag. I don't care who the hell you are. If you don't call that a red flag, you're naughty. You don't got eyeballs.
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
There's Brian Higgins talking about his phone and the SIM card and destroying it to some extent. Let's take a listen to more of his testimony. Again, he hasn't testified yet, but this is from last year's trial.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After...
I'll tell you what, Butterfly, if the defense doesn't call this man to the stand, I may not buy their theory at all.
September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was an order. The order ends up getting rescinded. He destroys his phone, but he didn't check with anyone before he did it. That's part of Brian Higgins' story and part of what the defense has been looking at and wants to put in front of this jury, which brings us to the next question in our investigation. Was Brian Higgins' behavior suspicious? The things that he did, the things that he didn't do. Joining us, private investigator Jason Jensen and psychotherapist Dr. Janie Lacey. All right, I'll begin with you, Dr. Janie Lacey. As you look at the way he's answering those questions, the fact that he's destroying the phone, I'll put some more information for you up on the board just to review some of the things that have been pointed out and testified about Brian Higgins. He knew John O'Keefe for about a year, kissed Karen Reed, or Karen Reed kissed him. I guess it depends on your point of view on that one, but it was not like you're kissing a friend. It was a different kind of kiss. Karen texted him, John died. He never replied to that. The night that John O'Keefe died, after the party, he didn't go home. He went back to the police station, and now there are indications that there's video of him with a phone up to his ear. And the defense, obviously, as we just saw, accused him of destroying the phone. What are your thoughts about some of the behavior of Brian Higgins?
Couple things, Vinny. We can definitely look at them as red flags, right? As we just saw the testimony, the admitting to disposing of his phone, the uncertainty about the SIM card removal when he was being questioned. And then, we're also looking at the timing, right? So changing his phone number a day before receiving that court order to preserve his phone, and looking at the disposal that occurred without consulting with any type of legal authorities, especially being in law enforcement. And then his timeline that aligns with Albert's phone disposal. So you're looking at some of these red flags, but then when we bring in the relationship dynamics and admitting to the exchange of the flirtatious text with Karen, and then testified, as we just saw, that they shared a kiss that was more than just a friend, would indicate to me that it gets complicated when you look at these emotional dynamics, especially with his year of knowing O'Keefe and then his interest, as he mentioned, of Karen. So this compartmentalized behavior, we're looking at these deceptive indicators, right? His evasive responses to the direct questioning, is something that we want to consider. And then almost the minimalization of some of the relationships and the communication. And I would also say was a huge red flag because it's unexpected behavior for a trained federal agent to destroy evidence. But, with this emotional entanglement that he potentially had with O'Keefe and Reed, right, can show some type of emotional investment in the relationship with her. But we also know that when people get into these triangulations, it causes conflict of loyalty in these situations. Those are some of my thoughts, Vinny.
Jason Jensen, I want to zero in on the phones because there's two parts to it, right? There's the butt dials and then the mutual destruction or, elimination of their phones. Like Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, they're the ones who are doing the butt dial. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they're the ones getting rid of their personal phones, changing their numbers. The information is gone. It's in the wind. What are your thoughts about that? Is that suspicious or is that, well, I get it. They don't want to give up their personal phones because there could be things on there that could destroy their personal and professional lives.
Right. Vinny, if they were defendants, any time that there's spoliation of evidence involved, it's always viewed as being suspicious. Given the fact that these are trained law enforcement with most likely a career experience of courtroom appearances and testimony and having to handle evidence and preserve and protect it and check it in and do all the things with chain of custody and whatnot, you would think that they would know better than to dispose or destroy their phones. It's not going to go well. It's not going to look well at all for them.
And Dr. Jay Lacey, I want to pick up on that note from Jason. Even if, let's presume they have nothing to do with any conspiracy, nothing to do with any cover-up, but the whole phone deal now plays out in front of this jury, and the jury's questioning it a little bit. How do you think they receive that information? Do you think if there's some level of suspicion, it's going to raise suspicion of the entire prosecution case if you've got these two people looked at as suspicious, or do you think the jury can sort of parse it away and say, I get it. These cops didn't want their lives made public and that's why they got rid of the phones.
I would say, Vinny, it's definitely going to raise some suspicious because we're looking at, right, truthful versus deceptive, like baseline behaviors, and the impact of also considering their professional training on these deception.
First of all, you don't get to destroy your phone because you didn't want your personal life out there. I don't care if you're a cop or a regular person. We don't get to do that. Oh, you're investigating me? Let me destroy my phone so you don't get my personal life out to everybody. We call bullshit.
Capabilities that they're demonstrating. And then we're also looking at, how they're compartmentalizing, which is allowing a lot of contradictions is what I would see. But we also know that, right, we also want to consider this blue wall of silence, right? So there's this potential code of protecting fellow officers. So perhaps looking at some of those dynamics versus some of the other potential ones of what the defense is trying to portray. Because we know that there's also this family and professional connections, which can create very complex loyalty in these types of situations.
Yeah, I think we agree. It's complicated. It's complicated. It's complicated for us. It'll be complicated for the jury. But thank you for breaking it down and making it a little bit easier to understand. Jason Jensen, Dr. Janie Lacey, great to see you. You know, it's still not clear how far the defense will go in accusing.
Is it really that complicated, Vinny? No. I didn't need Mr. Jensen or Miss Nice Lady there to explain that. They don't get to use the excuse we didn't want our personal lives out there. Because they're not looking for your personal life bullshit. They're looking for conspiracy stuff, right? I mean, goodness. Right, it is not complicated. It is shady. There's no excuse in the world for that. And you can't say it's because I didn't want my personal life out there. I mean, nobody's trying to look at your personal private life. We want to look at your, everything else you got going on there, sir. All those private communications and stuff. That's still so sketchy that they both got rid of their phones like that. I still can't get past Higgins being able or allowed to go and, download his own phone, being walked through the process. That kills me every time. Like, I'm going to try that if I ever get in trouble. Can y'all walk me through the process and I'll just pick what I can get off my phone for y'all to see, and the rest I'm going to get rid of. That is insane. Okay. All right, so remember when they were saying how Nagel and Ricky and Nagel's girlfriend pulled up behind Karen in the testimony we heard, and as they went past Karen's SUV, the dome light came on. They could see into the vehicle because of the dome light. Well, Vinny and his sidekick Cody did another little experiment. Oh, hang on. I'm going to show you guys this. And it's, of course, this is not scientific. It's just for shits and giggles. It is what it is. But it's another little experiment that Vinny did. I call them YouTube experiments. YouTube experiments are always fun. Let's see what they got going on here. Okay, so this is a test to see what you can actually see in the dark with the dome light on versus off, right? One person in the car versus two people. Let's see.
Okay, so we're in the car. Ashley is with me. We're going to take a ride by. We are leaving where we're parking. We're just going to drive past this car. And just like a 1 second glance. And then after the 1 second glance, you tell me what you see or don't see. 1 second glance, what do you see, don't see?
Saw one person.
You saw one person?
One person.
Okay. First time through, you saw one person?
One person. Driver's side.
Okay.
Light off.
So now, Ashley, we're going to make a second pass. And again, same thing. We're just going to drive by and take a quick 1 second glance. And then you tell me what, if anything, you see.
I saw two people.
You saw two people?
Saw two people.
Okay. All right. Let's talk to Cody and see what happened that first time, if he was there. All right. So one more time. So first time you saw one person.
One.
Second time you saw two people.
Two.
So let's go to Cody and get the reveal here. Okay. All right, Cody, we did two passes.
Yes, sir.
First pass, how many people in the car?
One.
Second time.
Two.
Guess what?
I got it right.
She got it right.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
All right. All right.
Now, it doesn't really take rocket science, right, to understand if the light's on, you're going to see better versus then the light off. But when Nagel passed by and his girlfriend, they saw one person in that SUV with the dome light on, Karen Reed. It's like John just disappeared into thin air once they turned on to Fairview. Once Ricky clicked the lights at him, y'all go first. And that's when the girl in the back seat saw John O'Keefe in the car, she says. But between that point and parking in front of Fairview, John O'Keefe disappeared into thin air. What my question is with that would be, she knew to look. Who knew to look? This girl? What are you? I'm confused. You mean the people that passed by Karen? What do you mean? I don't want to misunderstand the comment. So the whole point of that experiment is because when Nagel said they passed by, the dome light was on. They all only saw Karen Reed in the car, not one person, not two. But at the intersection back there, when they went to go, the girl clearly saw both people in the car. So why wouldn't you see two people sitting in the car if the dome light was on, if John had not got out of the car yet?
All right, so Cody and I are in the car. We're on Cedar Crest on our way to Fairview Road. It's at the next intersection. And we're just going to drive by at night and see what it looks like. Like, what do you see? And I basically have the camera pointed straight out.
And there's the intersection where Karen took the right and Ricky, because he flashed her to go ahead and go first. And then they fell in behind her to go down Fairview. Yeah, the lady driving knew to look and watch. Vinny was driving, the girl was the passenger in the car, and when she passed by and it was dark, she only saw the one person. Then when they go back by with the light on, she could see two people in. Because she was looking on purpose, right? Am I still misunderstanding, Rachel? We're trying to follow your comments without, and to try to figure out exactly what you're talking about. They're supposed to look. That's the whole point of the test. Versus what I can see in the dark versus what when it's illuminated better, right? Yeah, I mean, they were supposed to look. That was the whole point of the test, because Nagel's girlfriend, they looked, and they only saw Karen Reed with the light illuminated. So they did this test to see what they could see with or without the light. And with the light, she could see two people. Without the light, she saw one. So I believe what Nagel and his girlfriend are saying. I'm just saying that indicates John had already left Karen's vehicle and went toward that house. That should be the takeaway right there, right? That's what the takeaway should be.
With the same view that I have from the passenger side. Cody, you're in the driver's seat, so I know you're paying attention more to the street. But let's just see what we see.
Coming up here on the right, you can see the fire, not the fire hydrant right here, the flagpole on the right.
Now look. See, John was laying right there near that flagpole. Look how well the lights are lit up. Of course, there's no snow all over the ground, blah, blah, blah. But the snow wasn't falling that hard at 12:30-ish, 1 a.m.-ish, right? It came after that.
It is right there. We just passed the flagpole. That's it.
You can easily see. I mean, there's snow that night, but that's still very close to the road.
Very close. So we're going to turn around and approach from the other side and see what we see when we're driving down the other side of the road. But it's really striking to me that it's right there.
Absolutely.
It's not back. It is on the road.
The yard's not super big, so you can see pretty much all of it just riding by, whether at night or in the daytime.
And again, this is late at night. We already did the show tonight. We're out shooting this tonight. But now we're approaching from the other side.
So now it's going to be on the left.
It'll be on the left. But like if you're driving down not looking for it, the question is, would you notice it? Is it more noticeable? I thought the yard was really lit up coming down the right side. But coming down the left side, I feel like it's not as lit up.
Yeah, it's kind of unassuming. You have one street light here that kind of illuminates this entire section of the street.
Yeah. So I would say coming this way, I didn't really notice much at all.
Yeah.
But going the other way, I did. And the question is, were people pulling out of the driveway and going the other way or going this way? I think that makes a big difference. Absolutely. Bottom line, though, from that direction.
Yeah, I believe the plow driver didn't. I think we're getting confused here. Yeah, I know. I think that he would have been seen too. Was the pavement even slippery? What you mean, the street? Probably a little bit. It was damp, snow falling. John stepped out onto the grass.
The approach that we had, it's right in front of you because the road even curves.
The question really is
when we're looking in hindsight, it's easy to say, oh, you know, why didn't they see them? And if they didn't see them, then that means that there was some sort of, you know, ill intent, or they're lying or not telling the truth.
The law enforcement neighbor across the street had a camera. Yes. So prosecution is claiming that it was pointed down, but did you see those beams, how it would have illuminated? So I want to see from the crash reconstructionist, and there's going to be a different one this time around, did she do a 3-point turn as they're alleging? How did this happen? And that would have been picked up possibly on that missing video.
I just think it's nighttime. They've all been drinking. People are just thinking about, I got to get home. There wasn't a huge crowd. I mean, there were people, a lot of them were then even closer to the driveway. It does seem odd, but I just think part of this is our behavior at night, which is people are just caught up in, let's get to our, you know, the storm's coming, let's get in our car, the late night, and also that they had been drinking. And it's a fluke.
Well, I think it was a big problem, especially when you get to the snowplow drive.
There is a question I like to ask of the people who watched the first trial. Did you go into the first trial with a preconceived notion about what happened that night? Or did you wait for evidence to be presented, then make up your mind? Or did you go in with a preconceived notion? I'm just really curious for just my own thoughts. Even with this one, there's a lot of preconceived, you know, I didn't have any because I didn't have an opinion either way. I knew what the defense alleged happened. I knew what the prosecution alleged happened, but I had no preconceived notions about how I was going to feel about her guilt or innocence, right? I wanted to wait and base it on what I saw in court. So I wonder, for those who watched the first trial, did you approach it the same way, or did you go in with a preconceived notion based on what you were seeing off social media? I'm always curious about that. I'd love to know. Waited for the evidence. I know you watched it. I was like, you're getting your insight. Butterfly said, or Rachel says, I would think it was starting to get slippery. I mean, yeah, it's damp outside. It's going to be a bit slippery. I know when it started snowing here, shit, it got slippery on the porch. Like it was dangerous. You went in open, didn't know all the extra stuff. But boy, you know all the extra stuff now, right? There's a lot out there. Firefly, did you watch a lot of the other stuff that was out there before trial? Or because I know we've watched a lot of stuff, you know, prior to Coburger, but we can go in there with an open mind and base it on what we see. So I'm always just curious as to gauge what everybody's thinking and how they got there. I appreciate y'all giving me your feedback.
Snowplow driver goes by there twice. He notices other cars on the street. He has really no horse in this race. That's a very difficult place for the prosecution.
Matt, so many people. I don't know if we're going to.
And that's the thing, because the tow truck, plow truck, whatever he was, snow truck guy, what would he have to gain by, you know, not being honest, right? And he didn't see anybody, but they've made excuses on why not he hasn't made, but I think the prosecution was trying to make excuses on why he couldn't see, right? Like they weren't the ones driving. You know what I mean? Yeah, it did. You know, I'm not sure if either one of their theories makes sense to me anymore. I mean, I get it, but
to hear from all these people, but they were all there, and none of them can help prosecutors prove this part of the case, that John O'Keefe's body was on that front yard.
I definitely want to hear from the homeowners, right? At least them. And I'm wondering if the defense has any plans to call them if, you know, Hank Brennan does not. But it's where you went is a much bigger yard than where 34 Fairview is. I have to tell you that it's only about 7 feet away from the curb, where that huge curb is. And that's another question into itself. If she did a 3-point turn and all of the pieces are allegedly in the yard, how come her car didn't get stuck in that curb? That's a different question. But it's so close to the street where these cars would have been picking up people and dropping people off and parking themselves. How come they didn't see anything?
And the house is just 30 feet from the curb as well. I mean, it's very, very close. I don't know. Does the jury understand? if none of these people are testifying, they're all there, and obviously they can't testify about seeing something they didn't see. If I'm a juror, what do I take away from that? You've got 11 people at the house, and no one's coming in here and saying, yeah, oh yeah, I saw a body on the front yard.
Well, Vinny, I think Hank Brennan has done a good job where everyone inside basically tells the same story, that it was light, everyone was just having a good time, listening to music, the whole thing with Raining Men. I think he did a good job in asking all of them, were there any problems? Was there any disagreement? Was there any type of fight like that? There's just no one in the house.
This guy, he's easily snookered, isn't he, guys? You think they're going to be honest, dude? If something really did go down inside that house, they're going to just sit there and be also honest? Or are you just automatically assuming because they're law enforcement, they're going to be honest, right? I got a problem with people who can't see what's right in front of their face and evaluate it fairly. I don't, what in the world?
Hinted that there was any type of conflict. Now, granted, you know, Brian Albert's a big
But
guy.
it's both
Brian
sides
Higgins.
here, right? Like, all these witnesses that are there don't see John O'Keefe struck by the car.
Right.
They don't see the aftermath of that. And then you flip it to the other side. No one testifies about seeing anything in the house either.
Right.
This is bizarre. This is bizarre. But ultimately, it's up to prosecutors to prove the case.
It is up to the prosecutor to prove the case, but ultimately the prosecution is going to have a number of witnesses who all say he didn't come in the house. And that's pretty probative evidence that he didn't come in the house. And yeah, they all have their stories, and their stories are extremely well aligned. And you can make arguments about why they're so well aligned.
Well, I'll just say this as I continue to promote tomorrow night's program, that we take a look at that issue. Could you walk into that house and get to the base?
Y'all do realize that Vinny brings on some of these guests on purpose, right? Not to sway you or to sway the people, but so they can attack what their theory is, like the defense does the prosecution. Otherwise, it'd be a heavily one-sided show. So, yeah, yeah, we know they're not real smart.
Without being seen. So that's another interesting part of it.
Karen Reed recently told me on the courthouse steps she saw him walk inside through that front door. So it'll be interesting to see, perhaps, maybe she'll take the stand this time and tell that.
Did she say the front door or she said the driveway?
She said through the door. I can't remember exactly which door.
Okay. Well, because that would be different if she said the front door. And, you know, and that's the I think the difficult part for Miss Reed is that, you know, her statements have varied, you know, fairly inconsistently as they've gone on. You know, originally there's a question from troopers about whether she sees him go in the house. He says no. You know, and then we have subsequent interviews that I think you can argue add largely self-serving facts. You know, saw him walk up the driveway, hand on the door. You know, next interview is poking his head in, and finally he goes all the way in. You know, and ultimately, from the prosecutor's perspective, they don't have to prove or disprove that he didn't go in the house. They have to prove the elements of the charges that they have against him. And I think Hank Brennan is doing something completely differently than we saw in trial one with prosecutor Adam Lally. Is that A.D. Lally was trying to prove his case while also trying to disprove the defense theory.
Right, he was very
Hank
defensive
Brennan,
of his case.
Hank Brennan, if you look at the elements, you don't need anybody in the house. You've proven if you look at the manslaughter, which I think everybody realizes is the real charge
It's going to come down to the crash reconstruction and what they do. And I know that the ARCA discovery was recently turned over. So maybe we'll finally get to that in this
And
part
once
of the trial.
again, it comes back to ACA. Back to ACA.
Rachel, Vinny's been doing this for so damn long. He's been doing this long before YouTube invented true crime channels. So Vinny brings both sides to the table. And I appreciate that out of shows who bring both sides to the table, because I will go into different chats on purpose to get both sides' views. Otherwise, I'm getting a very heavily handed one-side view. Now, do I agree with them or not? That's a different story. But sometimes I will go in, especially early on in a case. And when I start developing my more of a theory or a thought process, I may back away from some of those places. But yeah, Vinny Politan, he doesn't need to come out here and say either way. Someone tried to put him on the spot the other day and get him to say, do you think she's guilty or not? And he wouldn't do it. And I don't blame him. Because if I came out here and told you my honest to God feelings right now, I might get attacked. been there, done that in the Koberger case. I know what's coming if I do, right? So I'm trying to evaluate it fairly without, it's really hard to do in this space anymore. It is super hard in the YouTube streets to evaluate a case fairly based on merit without choosing a side. Everybody wants me to pick a side, not you particularly, but everybody in the space. It's like, that's what it has to be. Even with the Koberger case, you got to be all in or all again, you know. And I'm like, no, I don't need to be anything but me. And so I'm not going to, you know, Vinny don't bother me because I've been watching Vinny Politan since the damn creation of time, it feels like, you know. Nancy Grace, she might be the one out for clicks and views because her shit's all the same, right? Vinny could flip a dime. Follow his Delphi stuff, man. That's all I can say. He is not in agreement with, you know, prosecutors in that case. Not everybody's out for clicks and views anymore. Some people are, some people aren't. I do appreciate when they bring both, because they do a pretty good job at Court TV of bringing two sides to the table and not just all one side at one time, right? Because where's the fairness in that, you know? I don't know. It's just gotten to a point where it's getting harder and harder to evaluate things fairly without, you know, people questioning your own intelligence at some point. And it's like, that's not even cool. Now, after a while, if there's overwhelming stuff and somebody still wants to be an idiot, they'll go by all means question their intelligence. But as they're trying to figure stuff out and things of that nature, it's an icky area for sure. All right, let me check something really quick. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Thing messed up on me here. Okay. And if you look and evaluate it all fairly, it would appear everybody's out for every show you ever would watch. And there's not many shows out there covering this stuff. Dateline, they're out for clicks and views, I guess people could say. So we could almost accuse anybody of being out for clicks and views, right? Or ratings, period, and all the things. Yeah, I'm fully. One thing I am is completely aware of what each side does, even on social media. My God, take a look at Twitter. Here it comes. We had somebody out there a while ago bashing the shit out of that neuroscience doctor. I mean, just bashing him. Like, really? What? Why? Why? He knows more than we do. He's a damn neuroscience surgeon. He better know his job. But he can't tell me what happened to the back of that man's head. He can tell me what kind of injury it was and what causes that kind of injury, but he can't tell me where the injury occurred. And I think people have missed that point, right? All right. Let's look at this last piece that Microdots did, the one that you guys mentioned in the chat this morning when we were trying to get up and running. Let's see. Shoot. While I play it, I got to call my kid back. He called and phone was on silent, didn't know it. All right, let me start this. Let me get the screen up. Okay. Screen, come here. All right, guys, I'm going to mute out and call my kiddo back real quick, make sure he's okay.
Olivia Lambo for pointing this out. Follow her on X. Let's set the stage. It's day 18 of the grueling case against Karen Reed. Judge Beverly Cannoni, long accused of harboring a bias in favor of the prosecution, is eager to wrap up an excruciating day of cross-examination. On the stand is Commonwealth expert witness Shannon Burgess, who's just been exposed for lying about his educational credentials and misrepresenting his communications with lead prosecutor Hank Brennan. And Brennan himself has been hemorrhaging credibility for putting such a deeply flawed witness on the stand in the first place.
Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
This is almost certainly a lie. For his employer, Aperture Forensics, to remove that link, they must have been notified somehow that his educational background was of interest to the defense. That is information only he would know, as the holder of the account.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
And at the end of his disastrous testimony, Aperture Forensics went a step further and added this watermark stating, "Not for expert designation" to his biography on their website. Another reputation ruined for taking part in this fabricated case. Burgess is experiencing involuntary facial spasms under the extreme pressure.
Involuntary facial, it's called a facial expression. Involuntary. See, look, it's like if we go watch Vinny or if we go to watch Microdots is going to go real heavy one way, but we're going to watch it anyway.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
His LinkedIn,
What about
his
the
credentials. Anything on his credentials at all?
Idea of any it's called fraudulent. It's fraudulent. It's a lie.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Once Robert Alessi finishes dismantling the witness over his false claims about his credentials, he shifts focus to the larger issue at hand. He presses Shannon Burgess on the revisions made to his report, alterations that conveniently adjusted the Commonwealth's timeline midway through the trial. Although Hank Brennan previously claimed to be surprised by the updated report, no one seriously believes that. Alessi methodically uses the report's own language to demonstrate it was, in fact, revised at Brennan's direction.
You did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd. After the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, "Dear Mr. Brennan." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
"Pursuant to your request," that's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
"I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed." This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my.
Dude, you're supposed to be an expert. Remember, you don't get to copy and paste and then not take out where he's asking you to do it, dumbass. Goodness. See, I can evaluate Valley. Barely. I can't even talk. Yeah, we know, Rachel. He was told. I mean, it's obvious.
Original report.
At this point, we are approaching the end of the day in Judge Cannoni's three-ring circus, but she saved her most disgraceful trick for last. Robert Alessi is zeroing in on the moment that matters most. After methodically laying the foundation, he's now ready to challenge the discredited witness on the centerpiece of his revised report, a brand new finding that conveniently alters a critical segment of the timeline, introduced halfway through the trial.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line, because it's the heading.
Cannoni glances at her watch, clearly weighing whether it's close enough to the end of the day to call it, just as the cross-examination is about to strike a nerve.
And then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to...
She takes a deep sigh. Now, we will play through what she does next once, then break it down.
Oh, Lord. Psychoanalyzing.
With regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see it side by for 2 minutes on this.
Okay. With regard
She glances at Brennan to see if he's looking in her direction.
to the phone of Mr.
She does it again, now realizing he can see her. She abruptly raises her arm to her face in a sharp, unnatural motion, making one of the most unmistakable signals imaginable. Then she locks eyes on Robert Alessi, like a trained hound pointing to its target.
Wow.
All with a bizarre grin on her face that gives it all away.
And whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
Brennan finally picks up her signal and states his objection, and she couldn't be more pleased. It's one of the strangest moments we've seen from this judge, as if the gravity of a woman fighting for her life means nothing. She's just been caught sending covert signals to the very prosecutor whose conduct should be under scrutiny, not aided by the bench. Whatever her reasoning, this is unethical, inexcusable, and she should be removed for this infraction immediately.
I'm going to see it side by for 2 minutes on this.
Okay.
Lord, I didn't need this guy to explain all this to me because I saw it with my own 2 eyes as it was playing out in the courtroom. Clicks and views. Swaying the public. I'm going to tell you how to think and feel. That's a little crazy. We already know. Wow. I'm waiting. They got the OnlyFans back up, guys, in the courtroom. Man, propaganda's alive. See, I can't let stuff like that even play a part in my thought process as to the guilt or innocence in this case. The jury's not looking at that and evaluating it. They're looking at the damn evidence being presented, right? That stuff's for entertainment purposes only. I don't have a banner up saying that. You guys take it all with a grain of salt. I'm not so sure he had all that pegged right, but hey, you go do you, dude, and I'm going to do me. We're good. Does it appear some shady business might be going down? Maybe. I don't know. Y'all figure that out with the judge. Like I said, I survived Gull, so I'm kind of trying to ignore old Bev. And I'll let the appellate courts handle any issues that come up with her. And they may not ever come because they didn't seem to phase what happened in Delphi with the judge doing way worse than what this judge is doing. Far worse than what this judge is doing. Unfortunately, it's bad enough to see what this lady's done in the little bit of time I've been watching her. But when I compare it to what I've seen others do, it's just like, it's par for the course bullshit. And they should be coming back in just a few minutes because it's like 12:57 Central. And we'll maybe get like an hour of testimony in before she calls it a day. wish they would bring on witnesses that mattered to me. I'm kind of over the repetitive DNA, taillight pieces people. Yeah, it's. And what does Whiffen think of his new clock drifting analysis, right? What are they all thinking about that dude's testimony? Are they all scratching their head going, what? Or like, oh my God, he's a genius. He's got it figured out and we couldn't. Like, I'd really like to be like a fly on the wall and know what their thoughts were about that. It's clearly obvious. Well, let's hope that the jury sees it that way, right? It was. He says that Brennan did. And someone our ass, right? We think we know who it was that contacted him. The only person that matters, the prosecution. It doesn't matter to anybody else. They're not, the social media didn't call him up and ask him to do it. Did Turtle Boy call him up and ask him to do it? No, I'm pretty sure the prosecution did. Unless he just took it upon himself to go willy-nilly on the fly and let me go make up some stuff here and get a name out there for myself. Hell, he could have done that as well. Didn't work. Didn't work, sir. Your little armchair analysis theory. I mean, it could have. Here's the thing. It could have if it had been played right, but it wasn't. So that's on them, not me. But you would have needed more than one person to back that up. At least Whiffen or Salt Shaker Lady could have added to that. But they didn't. Yeah. Nobody caught it but him. I remember the testimony from the other, what I call digital dudes, clearly. And I got all this stack of notes. So I already knew when he was testifying what was bullshit and what wasn't. And I totally disengaged at some point. I tuned it all out and stopped listening because it didn't even matter to me anymore. I'm not even taking your testimony into consideration at that point, right? Some things I got to take completely off the table when I'm considering it, and that was one of them. I got so bored and fed up with that stuff. I didn't hear anybody else testify to the way they're going to come up with the, synchronizing the clocks. Let's call it synchronizing since we don't understand clock drifting. And I'm making a joke because that one guy saying that. If they had just called it synchronizing, I think the people would have gotten it. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, guy. You really think that of us? Wow. Call jurors in America just dumb, right? I'm not ready to buy that yet. I need to start on time. I'm ready to take my afternoon walk to the backyard. It's looking cloudy again. The sun came out for a while and it looked like it might be a decent day, but it's getting really cloudy again here. I don't know. Is it raining over there, White Butterfly? Maybe I should look at the weather. I don't know why it matters. Oh, just some showery stuff along the coastline. Okay. The normal. I'm inland. I've got some stuff moving across Louisiana coming my way. Usually it'll go just above me as it gets to me. We'll see. It's crazy because the biggest thing about the testimony from, Doofus is other experts have John's phone still registering activity once Burgess says he was hit and down for the count. How can John's phone still be registering activity if you say he was incapacitated at that point? That should have been the biggest takeaway for everybody. Not he said, she said, he's got a degree, don't got a degree. That all that smoke and mirror stuff clouded over a real problem there. Was John still moving around with activity, or was he not? Right? And his testimony contradicts that. John's phone cannot continue to register even steps if you say he was already hit and down at that point, because you synchronized some clocks. That's what I have wrote down in my notes that mattered. Because the timeline absolutely matters. I can't stop yawning. I think I may need some coffee as well for this afternoon. Rainy and boring testimony. Put me right on to sleep. I should give Butterfly my phone number and hey, if I doze off, call me. But when the phone's on silent, so it wouldn't work. Y'all just be floating around out here with no host. Okay. Well, I'll be damned, dog. The bounty hunter has left Florida. Good riddance. Bye. Go find Sebastian, sir. Good luck. I'm sorry, I was trolling Twitter. And that happened to be the first thing that come up. I don't know why. I don't even follow that guy. Why is his shit showing up on my feed? Wow. Whoa. Oh, maybe they're copying and pasting. How come two different accounts, are they bot accounts, have the same exact post, unrelated to Karen Reed? Because they're bot accounts. Join the Web3 world. You'll learn all about some bots on the Twitter. Are they real? Are they a robot? You can get your account suspended by botting the shit out of stuff. Uh-oh, they stopped spinning the fan. He showed up on your YouTube? Oh, I don't want to see that. Which I unsubscribed to all those channels, right, that were covering that case and da-da-da-da-da, so I don't see a lot of it. I have to go seek it out to see it, and I don't want to see it, so I don't, but I haven't seen that on the YouTube. But sure enough, on my Twitter. Is Aiden Kearney in the courtroom? If not, how does he know particular things going on in the courtroom? And I'm just going to put that question out there because I'm tired of the bullshit. If this man is not sitting in that courtroom, How is he aware of what's going on in the courtroom that's not being reported by reporters outside? Interesting. I have my thoughts. You sure seem to know a lot, sir, for somebody who's not sitting in there. Can someone tell me if he's there or not? Because I don't look for him. I don't study it. I'm just curious. We have noise again.
Hey, this court's back in session. Please be seated.
Oh my God, adults need to grow up, man.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Hanley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those with me finish, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, thank you. You want them marked individually or you in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204. Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the exhibit numbers, but Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source that in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, right?
I think I just made note, I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories. Okay. Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSD or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Or what it said on the evidence envelope? That's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
The one under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Okay.
Why is he asking her questions about photos somebody else took? Go ahead and get to the point, sir. Chain of custody, Proctor gave you all this, blah, blah, blah. That's be the best way to go with that. And that's what they're discussing at sidebar right now. Good thing I've been covering the Idaho 4 case since the day it popped off, because if I hadn't, I may not cover the trial at all. I might second guess my decision. But because I know the case and the victims deserve justice, I'll do it. This one, I don't know. Who took the photos you're asking her about kind of is important in my mind right now. Why is she being asked to look at other folks' photos and not her own? You know, he needs to get to the point with that. And so that's just my opinion on that. Is it to point out chain of custody issues? Because you don't want to confuse your jury. Especially if they're playing musical chairs up there in the jury box, as Turtle Boy wants to say they are. Can't confirm it, can't deny it, don't know. How was that shower? Y'all don't tempt me, I'll be gone. It would be really relaxing right now. It might help my headache too if I go take a shower. 2 days of a headache. I don't normally get headaches. 2 days running. All because of this shit right here.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little.
Oh, whatever, lady. Quit trying to justify the bullshit you've allowed to go down in your courtroom.
So you can cut that back. Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we'd already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that.
It's like, don't pin this shit on me, mister.
That's all I need. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. Finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So the four categories just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cut, right?
Yes,
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
that is correct.
7-12 is the Buchnick glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes,
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court's permission. Okay. Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You've got a copy of this. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the.
This is it.
Goodness. I just don't know what else to say, y'all. This lady is just making a mockery of this courtroom at this point, and none of it's helping. Grandma passing out the little candies, the little Altoids or whatever. Remind me of my granny. This witness is very difficult, and she has plenty of experience. What do you mean she's difficult, hun? How do you mean? I mean, she's only testifying to what she tested, right? She's not up here saying Karen Reed killed this man. She's telling you what she tested, what was given to her. She's take her completely out of the equation. It's what she was given that matters, and where it came from that matters. That's the point he needs to drive home. Because if he just comes out here and throws shade at her, then I got to side eye the whole entire defense. No, she just doesn't want to be torn apart on the witness stand for no reason. That's my take on it. I mean, I think she's very sure of what she did. She tested thoroughly what she was given. The problem is, what was she given and where did it come from? And he's getting to that. We just found out those pictures she was looking at that she didn't take, Buchanan took, right? Proctor's coming in next, you can bet. Well, he ain't got, look, I understand complicated things, so if he's trying to dumb it down for the jury, he needs to get to it, right? I think the jury's already gotten the big picture that the defense has already called into question over and over and over this particular evidence, especially, oh, my phone just went off, especially taillight pieces, right? And all that. So he needs to get, that's where he's going with, you know, who gave it to you? Where did they get it from is basically what he's trying to throw shade at, not directly at her. They're complicating the whole situation, in my opinion. Not just the defense, the whole shit and shebang.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
I want your shit back now?
Yes.
Give me my stuff back. Y'all took it. You took my copy.
All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
KKK for ID.
Alphabet soup to go with our word salad.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left? Looking at the first category. Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with.
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Correct.
Sorry, just give me one moment.
Finally, he's getting some damn where.
That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-12?
Paying attention.
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
So the pieces Proctor submitted all happened to match up because he busted them all out the tail light and scooped them up and put them in a bag. That's why they match, right? Got you, Mr. Defense Attorney. I'm following you. Thank you for finally getting somewhere. Because it's not that damn complicated.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is an echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. that did not match the cup and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct?
Correct.
If you need to check your notes, feel free.
So why are they not matching up? Hopefully the jury is paying attention.
Yes, that's
to
correct.
that question.
Accurately represented on the chart.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205? Your Honor, the court indicated that we would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Hey, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It's been done, and I was going to explain the sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
Y'all get your damn redactions and stuff done. Get it together with your evidence. Y'all all trail up there, including you, Reed. Everybody go gather and huddle up. Go on, Tiny Desk Guy. You know you want to. I'm surprised Bev didn't say, ask it differently. Hold on a minute, I will. Ma'am, you said these pieces did not match up, right? Right. Okay, thank you. Testimony done. Hear that, jury? Pieces didn't match. Good Lord. We're 3 years old and we need a whole, 50 years of schooling to understand. Maybe they got to scream it a little louder for the folks in the back who don't, right? I don't know. They really insult my intelligence, though, and I don't care for that. Like, I don't care for that, you Boston courtroom or wherever the hell you're at. We Southerners take a little offense to the way you're treating our brains right now, okay? You drunk bastards.
$205.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see? Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, were the cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this is an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? What was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by microscopy, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are
we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
And the crypto scammers are trolling people's YouTube lives and leaving comments left and fucking right. Was a member of the Web3 world. Get out of here with your crypto scams. I know all about it. I'm annoyed today. You don't need to be messing with me. If you're listening and you left that comment, get your ass out of here.
Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Yes.
Yeah, you need to approach. You need to listen to him, Bev. Hear him out. You damn well know what's happening right in front of your eyes. I know it and you know it. He's coming harder at that witness than the damn defense was. He's like determined to make it look like his guys didn't do anything wrong. They just were all above board. If they hadn't done anything wrong, sir, your job would be easy right now. There's that. I'm a little annoyed with dirty cops. Or what appears to be dirty cops. Unacceptable in our country. It's not fair to anyone. Jesus. I wonder if the family actually starting to have questions, or at some point do they question the little things they are seeing?
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained as to 4.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup, correct?
Sustained.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, it was consistently coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered by the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Feel free to stand up and stretch.
No, Joe, the prosecutor's not wanting to call Proctor to the stand, but the defense damn well better. I mean, you're calling in over and over and over and over through the whole trial. We're hearing about his mishandling alleged of evidence. I'm going to need him on the stand. Just like I'm going to need the Bryans on the stand. But no, the defense or prosecution's not wanting to call him. They're trying to avoid it at all cost. Yeah, they do, Rachel. I mean, they're taking on a mass amount of information. Have you guys forgotten we're on day 20 of testimony and who all has testified so far, and that these jurors are taking notes the way I've been doing, right? So I'm trying to have faith in the jury, unlike the ones in Delphi. I don't even know what happened there because we didn't get to watch the trial, so I'm just going to take that off the table. Forget it. Delphi don't exist. Here it does. We need to see certain things on this witness stand. Of course, the state's not going to call a damaging witness that's been fired from his job. He's on the defense witness list along with the Bryans, but it's still up for debate. In my brain, they need to call him. If they choose not to, then I got to side-eye the defense. How are you going to prove your theory to me if you're not putting the key players on the witness stand and questioning them? You can't get a jury there if you don't put those people on the witness stand and ask them questions. We can't go the whole trial without hearing from the key players that we continuously keep getting thrown in our face. At least I can't. Like, if that continues, I'll just stop watching the whole damn trial and say, forget y'all, I'll go figure it out yourself. I don't even care. Don't care anymore, right? But they better get jiggy with it. It's like any case where the defense comes in hot, you better back that shit up at some point, just like I expect the prosecution to back it up.
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're inside. We don't like it when we're inside.
Liar.
But I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule.
Are we done for the day,
We
Bev?
worked very hard to get
An hour
us to
early.
this point where we're ahead of schedule, so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off.
Oh.
So you have tomorrow and Friday.
Wow.
A long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
What are we even
If
doing
you
here,
happen
lady?
to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let it.
I can't with her. I can't even listen to her bullshit right now. We are ahead of schedule, even though we leave early most of the time. And we're just going to give y'all a whole 2 days off because it's a holiday. And, you know, Americans can't go without that damn holiday. But we're going to go ahead and give you 2 days off. But we're ahead of schedule. Just what? Is wasting time. Yeah, off till Monday. Which is fine with me. I could use a break anyway, but I don't think the jury's going to see it that way. And if we are, how can we be on schedule if we're always, how can we be ahead of schedule, right? We're cutting our days short every chance we get. And we're just going to give y'all the whole day off versus a half a day because we got to go figure out what the hell we're doing back here because we just don't know. Wow. How about we just wrap the state's case up in a nice little bow and let the defense get on with it, ma'am? Because you're giving me a big old headache. Well, that's his fault. That's totally his fault. Why? That's messy if he didn't have a witness lined up. Your witnesses are laid out there. Call the next one up in line. You got an hour left to get him some questioning in before the day's over. So that makes no sense, right? For that to be the case. If he's done with his witnesses, the state rests. That's how that works. He's definitely got another witness lined up. He just ain't really to go. I don't know. Yeah. And why, you know? It don't make any sense anymore as to what's even going on here. Why she keeps smiling about all of it. Oh, juries, we ignore our time at sidebar. We're doing it for your benefit so we have the less to work out later. Really, lady, because y'all hold like 50 a day. How's that helping us? That's what I'll be at. Yeah, my Monday's Memorial Day, I've been told. I don't look at clocks and calendars. I really don't care. She needs to get on. Monday's the holiday, not Thursday and Friday. Shit. Work till Friday like most of Americans, then pack your bags, jump in your car, and go for your little weekend getaway, like most people do. Right? Yeah. Be like, lady, I mean, can I pass you a note, ma'am? Why are you wasting my time? Can you go ahead and kick me off this jury now? Because this shit's a sham. This shit show is a bit much. Yeah. Well, I'd have been one of those jurors that she got onto for making the faces and having the reactions, because that's just what I do. I can't, my face has involuntary movements like that dude's did. She can take her extra day on the Cape. We don't do the Cape in the South, okay? We do the river. She can go on to the Cape all she wants to. I know all about it. I don't have no desire to go there. So go on, Bev, get your relax on. When you come back, do not be taking so many breaks. You should be well rested by Tuesday, all right? God, are we? I bet we are, girl. I think we are. I think the more we get to know each other, we are. That's why we connected so long ago, almost immediately. We've always been like that. Well, Joe, you got the whole day off from court tomorrow, so if you want to adjust your time, let me know so I'll be in the know. I'd hate to be late for the show if you adjust your time. Guys, like I said, Joe's got something special coming up scheduled for tomorrow. We dropped the link earlier in the chat directly to that stream. We'll get it in there again. Joe's going to he came up and spoke about it yesterday with us for a little while. So he is going to do his show tomorrow on the LA fires and present a video presentation for us. And we'll be watching that. All right, let's get his link in here. Let me. There you go. Butterfly's got it in there for you guys. Go over there and hit the button and turn your notifications on if that's something you're interested in seeing. I think it'll be an eye-opening experience, to say the least, Joe. So we appreciate you doing that, and we'll definitely check it out. Yeah, let us know if you adjust your time. It'll be on the feed, though. If he does, it'll be there. But if not, he may have some work planned tomorrow that he wants to get caught up on before he does. So I think it's what's scheduled at 2 Eastern, or let me check. I was just looking at it. Yeah, 2 p.m. Central, right? 3 Eastern. So we'll be looking forward to that. And, maybe we can, since they're not going to have court on Friday, I'll do a live on Friday at some point. I don't know if I want to do any kind of recaps on this thing or not. We all kind of get the gist of it. Maybe, maybe not. There are some other things I want to talk about as well. And my true crime brain that gets bored may need a break from Karen Reed and just take it for that and do something different, because I am kind of ready to get on to a couple of other things. So I'll put together something for Friday for sure. And we'll have to see how things play out, over the weekend. And hopefully when they get back underway next week, we can actually start getting somewhere, right, with evidence that really is going to help us get somewhere. And I know those of you who watched the first trial, you're already there. But people like me who didn't watch the first trial or still have questions, I don't have questions about I'm over a lot of stuff with this case. There's other things I need to hear now, and I'm ready for them to get on to present that stuff, because the rest of this stuff's getting a little monotonous, and it's like I don't even know why we're rehashing it over and over. A lot of it's, and all the defense can really do with some of these witnesses is reiterate the problems they see, right? They just keep on putting that in the jury's head, that there's a problem with this evidence, there's a problem with the chain of custody, there's a problem with the collection. So that is being put in the jury's heads over and over and over by the defense, because that's really what all they can do at this point, is point that out each and every time. There is a problem with pieces of glass coming off the bumper that don't match the cocktail glass. So if they don't match the cocktail glass, where'd that glass come from? Proctor, where'd it come from? Some of the pieces, the red taillight and all this, you got some that match and some that don't. So that is a problem. And when you have problems like that in evidence, jurors consider that and they take it into consideration. How much weight will it hold in the end? We'll have to wait and see. We know our personal thoughts on how much weight some of this holds and doesn't hold, and I think some people think some of the things they see holds a lot of weight, and I'm like, that really doesn't have any bearing in my mind. There's other things I'm taking into account, but it really comes down to what that damn jury's thinking. And if she continues to annoy them, will they rush to judgment, right? During deliberations? There's so many factors that could come into play with these jurors that I don't think she's considering sometimes. It's like she wants to smile at them, stand up there and say, you can't make faces, and then say, oh, I need to see you each at sidebar. What happened at sidebar when you talked to each one individually? Did you annoy the shit out of them? Or did you say good job? Did you support them? What are you doing here? A lot of things to consider. Will any of that impact the jurors' decisions, right, of what they see happening in the courtroom between the attorneys and the judge and her behavior? Will that impact them? Because a lot of times they look for the judge for the leadership, right? And if she's not displaying a good, strong leadership role, how much faith do they have in her at this point? Like a lot of us have lost faith in her, right? I just ignore her because I don't look at her as a strong judge, right? That can make good decisions on the spot and get the job done. I look at her as a smiling lady that just picks and chooses what she wants to do when she wants to do it. She's not coming across as strong and in control. It's like, I'm just letting it lead its way and whatever happens, happens. That's not the way that you conduct yourself, ma'am, but okay. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Will they perceive that butterfly rider? They're like, why are you treating us like children? Because we're a younger jury, according to people who are reporting on the jurors, that the majority is a younger seated jury. So careful how you go at them, Bev, right? It's kind of the way that defense attorneys kind of need to be careful about how they go at certain people. And a minute ago, the prosecution was coming at that little witness harder than the defense was. And it showed. She kind of like, don't yell at me. I'm not used to being yelled at by a man. Maybe her man don't raise his voice to her. Maybe her man won't take it too kindly if you do, Mr. Brennan. Damn. He might see you at the restaurant later and be like, man, what'd you come at my girl like that for? She didn't do nothing wrong but test some damn pieces that your dude gave her. Go yell at him. Wow. Wow. Everybody, I appreciate y'all coming in. My little technical difficulties earlier. I don't know if Restream's going to get its shit together or what's going on with them. They didn't want to broadcast nothing this morning. I'd hit live and it would say going live 1, 2, 3, and it would say, oh, no, we just tricked you. Try again. I did that over and over like 10 minutes before I was like, oh, you know what? I'll run to my backup method. So here we are on the StreamYard and I almost forgot how to use it. Look, it's kind of like riding a bike, though. It all came back to me. I tried. Yeah, fortunately, they'd started a little bit late, right? Because she had to question the jurors at sidebar. She gave me time to get me shit together. Thanks, Bev. You might have done us a favor this morning, but dang. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious, guys. Well, y'all know I'm going to say it. Be careful out there on not just the YouTube streets. Be careful on the social media streets. And y'all have a good weekend. I don't know how many of you got plans for the weekend and all the good things. So if you do, go enjoy yourselves and get out and about and touch some grass. My God, go touch some grass. And if you don't normally go outside, force yourself to walk outside and sit for 5 minutes without a phone in your hand. And just close your eyes and listen to the birds, because I'm in tune with nature. That's my sanctuary. And I'm about to go out there right now and get me some more of it. So until I see you again, you guys have a good one, and I appreciate all you coming in. And thanks all of you who do come in and view with us. And thanks for hitting the like button and all that good stuff. It helps us out, and we do appreciate it. And I'm going to take the day off tomorrow, I believe. And I'll just see you over there in Joe's channel tomorrow. And then we'll be back here on Friday with something, all right? All right, guys. You guys have a good one. No in-stream song today. It's not loaded up here. So see y'all later.